Good evening, Who Dat Nation, and happy Draft Friday, Bayou Blitz family. Welcome to day 2 of the Bayou Blitz Draft-A-THON. Here to bring you every pick through rounds 2 and 3, along with analysis and whatever the heck else comes out of our mouth. I am Bob Rose. He is Brendan Boylan. He is Alan Ulrich, and we will be joined at some point this evening by Mr. Tyrone Hughes, Saints Hall of Famer, for his wonderful insight as well. Gentlemen, we're about to get going. The 49ers are on the clock at pick number 33, first selection of the second round. So how are we feeling tonight?
Well, I'm back home, so that's always nice. I got a very nutritious dinner here in a bag of pistachios.
Awesome.
We got some Dr. Pepper or something, whatever is in the cup. But like Bob said, we're gonna be here for every pick. Towards the later ends of tonight and in tomorrow, it's not just whatever else comes out of our mouth; it's also whatever else comes out of our ass, because that's how this kind of show kind of goes. But it's gonna be fun tonight, right? We talked at nauseum yesterday about the multitude of ways the Saints could go with the second pick. But before we get into that, Alan Ulrich back for night number 2. Is that a 26 jersey? I believe that's a Deuce McAllister jersey.
Yeah, it's a gold Deuce McAllister jersey.
Can always count on Alan bringing in some fun jerseys, not just the regular ones that you see plastered all over the place.
It was 25 years ago this week. Deuce was drafted, so I'm wearing it in honor of Deuce here. I've got ESPN on again, and I'm looking at Mel Kiper's got Gerald McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee, still in his 5 best available, or 10 best available. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this guy's got all kinds of medical issues. I mean,
yes.
One of the things they're talking about is it possible that he may need a knee replacement, because of a degenerate bone condition he has, that you might be able to get 4 or 5 years out of him at most before that becomes a major issue. I'm surprised he's got him listed as one of his best available. It just makes no sense, because it's a guy who should fall to the fourth round or day 3 where you're going to take a shot and see what you got. I know his talent level, but that kind of injury for a player who has to run, I just don't see it.
Yeah, I mean, you run and cut. Along with bringing in the salary, that it takes to be even a second or third round pick. Listen, and this is one of the reasons why I no longer watch ESPN draft coverage. One of many is because Mel Kiper has become a caricature of himself. I'm with you. There's no doubting Gerard McCoy's talent, but I am not at all surprised he slipped out of the first round. And I'm with you, Alan. I think he slips out of day 2 altogether because of the recent report. I mean, an ACL injury is one thing. Chris Bell is coming back from that. But Chris, we expect to be drafted tonight, probably early on. But McCoy, at the very least, is looking at a second surgery that might shelf him for most of his rookie season. And at the very worst, the report that you alluded to, a potential degenerative knee condition, that could cut his career short by as much as a decade.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. It really is. And I just saw it. His 5 best defensive backs, he's got him ahead of Colton Hood. He's got him ahead of Stukes. Pons isn't even on his list. I know Pons' knock is height. I get that. Yeah. But it's just ridiculous to do this, because it makes you look ill-informed. Like, oh yeah, it's just a knee injury. It's no big deal. And no, this is a significant one. Where do you think the Saints go in this round? Do you think they go corner or edge rusher here?
I know we kept talking edge rusher last night. But I am thinking more and more, and by the way, folks, if you don't know, A, you need to read more of my articles. But B, the Saints have one pick in the second round, 42nd overall. That's the 10th choice of the second round, and 73rd overall. That's the 9th choice of the third round. But anyway, Alan, I actually have a feeling they go cornerback here. I'm talking myself more and more into the probability that the team re-signs Cam Jordan, which will get him through this year. The combination of Cam and Granderson opposite of Chase Young. Look, maybe if a Mikhail Kamara or somebody like that slips into the fourth round, they grab him and maybe develop him. But I mean, edge rusher is a spot that if you can get one early in the draft, they typically, if you hit on it, they typically contribute right away as a rookie. They bypassed the edge rusher, Reuben Bain and others last night for Jordan Tyson. Still plenty of cornerbacks left on the board. And, like we said last night, they still have, hopefully, communication ongoing with Cam Jordan. And now a rumor today that the Saints and Giants have been talking about a potential trade for Kayvon Thibodeau that might only require a mid-round pick or a couple pick swaps.
Yeah, the rumor I've heard is
shit.
Be,
one of my guys, the wide receiver Deshaun Stribling, goes to the 49ers.
Wow,
from Ole Miss. I love this kid. You know that it is.
Yeah, that's really high. They had him go top of the second. I saw him hanging around the fourth round, top of day 3. But so the rumor I heard, and I don't know how significant it is, I don't know why the Giants would go for this, but the rumor I read was that the Saints are talking about a third round pick next year as part of a trade. And basically, I think that is they're kind of putting the pressure on them from the standpoint if you don't want to swap third round picks this year in Thibodeau, you won't get a pick. This is our offer right now. You got to make a decision before we pick in the second round. And if you make us wait, you're not getting a pick until next year. And I don't know if that kind of pushes us along, but I think Thibodeau could be had, and I have no problem then taking a corner here because then you've got your edge rusher already because you can bring back Cam and Thibodeau conceivably. You get your edge rusher there. Thibodeau's in a contract year, so you can kind of trying to decide if how much playing time I'm going to get and see if I can work him in. But it frees you up to do defensive tackle, interior offensive lineman, tight end, running back, some of those positions that are kind of their needs, but not as high. So I'm curious to see what I think we'll know if the trade's going to happen if they do cornerback here.
Yeah.
And do defensive tackle in the third round. But if Miller is still there, it would be hard for me to pass him up. Christian Miller. It just is. I mean, because I feel like the difference between getting a guy like Colton Hood, maybe Stooks, some of those top cornerbacks right now, and getting to say a Pons maybe in the third round. Defensive tackle, if you don't get one of the top ones here, Lee Hunter, Christian Miller and stuff, now you're looking at, some of the guys that are purely two down players.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you. The Cardinals are going with Texas A&M guard Chase Bisontis.
Wow.
Well, you drafted.
No, it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
About that last night.
Yeah. The Cardinals got screwed by the Rams. They really did. When the Rams took Ty Simpson, they don't have a quarterback now. and I think the Steelers are looking at the same problem, and so are the Jets.
Well, I think we have somebody in the queue that could talk pretty highly, or at least give us some great insight into what was going on with the Rams yesterday. So let's go ahead and welcome a friend of the show, Mr. Jim Everett. Jim, it's been a little bit. Hope you're doing well. I know you have all the insight on what was going on in La La Land last night. Threw a lot of people by surprise. Happy to hear your thoughts and analysis. Hope everything is well over your way.
Well, hey, good to be with you guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes.
Audio?
Sure can.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Hey, I know we talked about it, Bob. You know, we were talking about the day before the draft about Simpson. Did you mention any about this?
Yeah, matter of fact, I did. I gave him your thoughts on Simpson. I said we were talking about a potential trade for Spencer Rattler, as a backup somewhere. But yeah, I definitely relayed what you passed along about Simpson, and we mentioned the Rams as a possibility. 13 surprised us a little bit, though.
Well, 13's a surprise, but if you look at it, I think the Jets were sniffing around as well. So they're sitting at 16. And then you got LaFleur over there, that the offensive coordinator. He already knows the discussion that they were having, and he's down in Arizona. So they're just like, were they going to move up in front of 13? Was Arizona going to, or move off of 3 and move back to do the Simpson deal? But they didn't do it. So they thought that they were calling like the Rams bluff, and the Rams did it. I know. Les has been on this for a while. I knew he liked him. I knew the processor was the big thing, the mind thing. I knew, as far as was Stafford cool with it. We didn't want that Love, Aaron Rodgers deal again. But it worked out pretty good. It was a surprise. I think that the Ram fan base is going crazy. They were like, they couldn't understand it because they want to, they think win now. So
right.
But if you look at it really. If you don't have a backup, every great team has a good team. I mean, Montana had Young behind him. They had Bledsoe, had Brady coming in as a 6th-round pick. So good general managers pick up good talent. And I think that's what this was, especially with Jimmy G, with the possibility of him retiring. So, yeah.
Well, and it's not only that, Jim, but we talked after the Rams made the pick of Simpson that Saints fans became increasingly enraged down the waning years of Drew Brees because Sean Payton didn't make a move to secure the future at the position, knowing that Brees's end was near. And you saw what happened as a result. Journeyman quarterbacks coming through. Jameis Winston, Derek Carr. No disrespect to them, but the Saints didn't go into the post-Drew Brees years with any plan whatsoever. Now it looks like the Rams do go into the post-Stafford era with at least a plan on paper.
I think the good teams do that. I really do. I mean, I think the successful teams do it. And you're not just talking about down the road or long term, but you're looking at, let's say Matthew Stafford does get hurt, or his back does go out, or all those different things, or at the time if Drew Brees does go down and they're preparing for a Super Bowl, well, if they're without a quarterback or let's say at the time I thought they would go with Lamar Jackson to be that guy. That way, if Drew does go down, they still have their Super Bowl aspirations. Maybe he comes back. Maybe it's a 4-game window that he holds them up, whatever it might be. But you've got to have talent at your backup position. I'm not talking just a quarterback. I'm talking about guards, tackles, edge rushers, all of them. And the good teams have those guys that they can plug and play.
Just to get you folks caught up, the Buffalo Bills just made a pick at 35th overall, 3rd choice of the 2nd round. They went with the edge rusher from Clemson, T.J. Parker. So if you're a Saints fan that believes the Saints need to draft an edge rusher, that's one more off of the board.
Hey, don't you guys think that the cornerbacks will be flying off the board here pretty soon?
Yeah, matter of fact, we were just talking about that before you came on.
Okay, yeah, I think there's going to be a mad rush from it. I think I don't know who exactly was what pick. Are both Tennessee corners still available?
Yes, they are.
Yes.
They still are.
I just was wondering if they were going to be able to make it down to the Saints pick, because I think that could be a possibility.
Well, and we were talking about Jermod McCoy and all kinds of medical red flags, maybe overriding his talent. But his teammate that you just mentioned, Colton Hood, you have Avion Terrell from Clemson, Keontae Scott from Miami. So the Saints sitting at 42 overall. If you are looking corner in your New Orleans and Kellen Moore, you kind of like how this board is unfolding so far.
Well, I think the whole defensive side. I mean, we looked at that first round, and you had so many offensive tackles and offensive linemen. What was it, 9? I think that's going to push the whole defense down the board. So there's some good talent. Maybe even Bain going later. So I think this will be a really good spot if you're looking for that defensive help. If it's even a nose tackle. If you're looking at defensive linemen, there's some opportunities here. The corner is going to be strong. And I also do think that the receiver position, the big time, the big physical receivers are still available out there. So it'll be interesting to see how that all pans out.
Jim, how much do you think last year? Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to
go ahead?
Say something?
If I could jump in real quick.
Sure, go ahead.
Talking about Thibodeau right before Jim came on, for those internet sleuths and those people that like to dive into who's posting what when. Roughly 20 minutes ago, Kayvon Thibodeau posted on his Instagram. He shared a video reel of the end of Fast and Furious 7 where Paul Walker's saying goodbye.
Wow.
So for anybody that wants to read into that however you want to, with the rumors swirling that he is available in trade talks,
I mean, hopefully that's what he means, and not the way that Paul Walker went goodbye.
Yeah, let's not hope that. But just wanted to get that out there as we were just talking about that.
And the Raiders traded their pick to the Texans, so the Texans are on the clock now. So this could be the run of the cornerbacks.
Yeah, they're coming. It's coming right now. I mean, I posted last night right before the tackles started going. I knew it was time for the O-line to get big, and they did. And I was kind of surprised Fano came off the board first, but that was interesting. What do you think later on? Where do you think? What kind of offensive lineman are we thinking about? With the Saints later on, are we thinking center? What are we thinking?
You got to think interior line, maybe a guy that can play center and guard. I mean, I know they just signed David Edwards, and he's going to be your starting left guard. But as I've written, as my Cesar Ruiz disrespect goes on and on and on, any team that has Cesar Ruiz as starter means that you have a need at interior offensive line. So I think it's going to be a guard. Whether it's somewhere in day 2 or maybe grabbing one in day 3, because that's a position, at least I think, you could still get good value as deep as the 4th round.
Sure, there are some good athletes out there. That'll be interesting to see. I know that will be addressed, but are you guys comfortable with the Saints selections in the first round?
I think Bob's had a night to sleep it over. Bob, do you feel better about it now? You were pretty disappointed when they took you at 8.
Listen, it's not that I was disappointed. I saw the value. Jordan Tyson is a hell of a player. It is offense 101. When you have your young quarterback, the first thing you need to do is surround them with weapons. The Saints needed to do that. The only it was a head scratcher to me because I felt like wide receiver, and Jim just mentioned it, wide receiver and cornerback, 2 needs for the Saints, looks a little bit deeper in this draft than what edge rusher does. So that's why I had the Saints projected to go edge rusher, but I'm not. As usual, Pro Football Twitter is usually split over draft picks. I saw people saying Mickey Loomis doesn't know what he's doing, and Tyson is a bust and BS like that. I'm like, hey, listen. The only red flag I have about Jordan Tyson, the player, is the injuries concern me. But when he's on the field, he is a superstar. There is no question in my mind.
Absolutely, that's how I felt about him. I've compared him to a high-performance sports car. When it's out there, it's impressive. It can do a lot of things. I'm concerned it's going to spend a lot of time in the garage, but he's saying all the right things. He's saying that, look, I'm changing my diet. I'm going to a personal trainer. I'm doing these things to try to lessen the soft tissue injuries and the things that's happened to him in the past. I think that'll be a good. I think he'll be a great fit in New Orleans. Receiver was a need, and if not for the injuries, he's a top 5, top 3 player.
Yeah.
So I'm excited about him.
Yeah, I think he'll be a good addition. And you're right. I think a young quarterback, and especially with Kellen, what he wants to do with that offense, he needs some explosive. I could easily see a running back at some point in time as well being the draft.
Same.
So wherever that's going to be, I think you can find value down the way as we go. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, and if we're seeing something tonight, or if we're going to see something tomorrow on that front. But definitely, I think cornerback, we're going to see a run. We'll see if they get pushed back to the point where maybe there's someone right now that could be very helpful, because second-round quarterbacks usually are pretty tough.
Well, 2 defensive tackles have gone back to back.
I see that.
Yeah, Caden McDonald just went to the Texans, and we saw, it was TJ Parker, defensive end, I should say, went right before him. So this is also all the things you're just talking about, Jim. So many offensive tackles went in round 1. We're now seeing the defensive players coming off the board.
Right.
Well, and we do just have our first corner in the second round. Colton Hood from Tennessee going to the Giants at 37 overall.
Yeah. Once one goes down, they're going to start going. So maybe the Clemson kid will be there if you're thinking injury on the other Tennessee kid. So that'll be good. Hey guys, I just wanted to just jump on just for a few minutes and just yell at you guys and tell everyone you're doing a good job, and it's
Thank
always
you.
fun.
Appreciate
fun
you
to
as
be here.
always.
Tell you that whole Ty Simpson thing. I know it was kind of shocker to America, but the crazy part, it was so quiet. I've never heard so much, no buzz about anybody else. But I want to ask you guys' opinion. Who's the next quarterback taken and why?
I think it's Carson Beck. I think Carson Beck is the next one to go because he's got the most experience. He's played in national championship games. I think that's the guy they're going to look at. He's got the starts that you want as a quarterback.
And you think that's going to be Arizona?
Yes, I think it's going to have to be Arizona. I don't know if Pittsburgh's going to make the dive yet. They're waiting for Aaron Rodgers to come out of his pod and make a decision. And I think the Jets are kind of taking a page from the Raiders book. We're just going to stink with our quarterback and hopefully get in the top 5, and we can take our quarterback next year that we want. We'll get a better selection. They seem to be trying to build a team so the new guy, when he comes in, he'll come into a high-powered offense. Jim, since you mentioned it though, with
but where are you guys
back to back?
No one thinks Nussmeier is going to go. I mean, his dad's offensive. You think Nussmeier, huh?
Yeah, I do. I think Nussmeier, and I think Nussmeier goes to the Cardinals. I mean, he's shown some tools. He certainly has the lineage. I mean, when your dad is a coach, football. He says he's healthy. He performed well at his pro days. I could see Carson Beck being the next guy off, but my money is on Garrett Nussmeier.
Okay.
I'll break the tie. I do think it's going to be Carson Beck for similar reasons that Alan had brought up, but not just the games played, not just the big games played in college, but to do that with 2 separate programs and 2 separate high-powered programs, I think speaks a lot to him, because when he transferred out of Georgia and went to Miami is a fantastic football team, right? We knew they were going to be good. I didn't think Carson Beck would get them as far as he did, and I think that speaks a lot to him being in a weird situation, having to leave Georgia really because you got hurt, you got outperformed, and it was kind of a, hey, we're going to show you the door, and with all of the new transfer rules and NIL, you go get your money. We just don't want you here anymore. You know what
Hey,
I'm saying?
Miami was paying pretty good NIL money, so that's
Yeah, they were.
actually Ty Simpson even thought about if he stayed another year, maybe he'd go get some of that Miami money himself.
There you go.
You know, they were saying it was over $6 million, so it was quite interesting. You know, and that's kind of an interesting thing for a quarterback. If you're not a first round pick, and you're going to think $5 or $6 million. Well, rookie contracts are what, 7 or 8, but you have to be first round pick.
Right.
So that's kind of interesting how the NIL is going to keep some of those fringe players that could have jumped to the NFL rather than going second, third, fourth round. Those will stay and do NIL another year.
Jim, I wanted to ask you something real quick, though, because you talked about bringing in 2 quarterbacks at a time. You got drafted by the Houston Oilers back in '86, so 40 years ago. I know we're all old now, but Warren Moon was already there. He had been there for 2 years when they drafted you. What was your impression, or what was your thought behind when the Oilers took you? Like, why am I going here where you already have a fairly young guy ahead of me?
All right, so let me lay it down because I know a little bit about this at the time, and I know a little bit more after the time. So the Indianapolis Colts were at 6. New Orleans was at 4. They traded with New Orleans, and Indianapolis was like, wait a minute, why didn't or Indianapolis was 6, New Orleans was 4. They jumped into 4. For that spot with New Orleans, but Houston goes, wait a minute, we're number 3. Why aren't you trading with us? So they said, you're not going to take a quarterback. You have Warren Moon, just like you mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't think that they needed to jump. And then Lad Herzig, the general manager at the time, said, no, we're going to take Everett. And I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll switch spots with you if you give us your all-pro fullback. Just to swap spots, and then you can have Everett. They want to extract value. Lad Herzig, that's all he wanted to do. And when Indianapolis said no, and it was unfortunate because that summer that fullback died in an auto accident too.
Wow.
It was really unfortunate. Then Houston just basically said, we're going to take you. And so they called me up and they took me just in spite of Indianapolis. So I knew I already had a contract with Indianapolis, which was illegal at the time, but we did it anyways. I knew what I was going to make. And then Houston drafted me 1 pick ahead. I went down there all summer, worked in their summer camp, tried to learn all the offense, do all the things. Mm-hmm. And when training camp started, they said, you got to get out. But they only offered me half of what Indianapolis was going to offer me.
Wow.
But then publicly, they said, well, he's holding out for too much money.
Right.
Wait a minute. You're not even offering me. So they drafted me. I was just, and later on the NFL changed the rule, said you can't draft a guy and then trade him. That was after the Eli Manning and Phillip Rivers thing. Because it's really a lose-lose, the John Elways of the world, because you're saying, I don't want to play for this bad franchise. And the player looks bad. The franchise looks bad. So they said, okay, you got to change the pick. So I think part of my legacy was help change that NFL rule. So they weren't just taking kids, because I'm 22 years old at the time, right? Yeah. And all I do is want to play ball. And they're trying to make me like some sort of bad dude. I'm like, I just want to play.
Right.
So that was
right. Well, I didn't know all that. That's fascinating, Jim.
Yeah, it was really crazy. And so that's why when I look at the draft, I have a little bit of a different feel because I went through this whole thing where I even invited Chuck Long to go to Hawaii with me. I go, don't sign a contract with Detroit. Right? So roll down. And he signs this crappy contract and goes to camp. And I'm just like, God. But, so, yeah, I held out all the way to like almost the trading deadline, and then I knew the 49ers came after me, and then because that was before Steve Young and Joe Montana's back, and because the 49ers wanted me, brought the Rams into the picture, and so that's kind of how this whole thing worked, and it was like, wow, that was first year. That was a lot of learning. I think I got my PhD in football biz.
And Ernie Zampese was your offensive coordinator, wasn't he?
Not my first year.
He wasn't there yet.
Yeah, he came in the second year, but the second year we had a strike. So that was really
87, yeah.
That was wow. That was another business deal that went through.
Back years getting straight degrees in business.
I know. It's like this. What is this? You know, it's like this is really distracting for a young guy trying. And then Ernie came in, but then by the time '88 came, and then '89, we were rolling with Ernie's offense, and we had the guys, and that really made a difference.
Yeah, because you were going to an NFC championship team because they went and played the Bears in Soldier Field in '85. So, and you know, no offense to Dieter Brock, but you were light years better than Dieter Brock. So, I mean,
when I met Dieter Brock, he was actually at the facility. Man, he was pale. He had some sort of back surgery going on and this and that. So I feel for him. He went through a tough time, and then they had brought Steve Bartkowski in, kind of like what you're talking about what the Saints did. They keep bringing in, reused tires. It's just like at some point in time you have to commit to a young man, and I'm glad to see the Saints do it with Shook, and I think they can get off to a good start. They got to make sure that they have someone behind him. Just in case something happens. If that's Rattler, if he sticks around, everyone's going to be a pro. So it'll be interesting to see how that quarterback room pans out over in New Orleans.
And it's funny because you mentioned, the quarterback carousel of old players in Los Angeles. That's kind of was the Rams tradition going all the way back to Roman Gabriel. Because if you think about, they brought in Joe Namath. They brought in Dan Pastorini, Burt Jones. Yeah, with Burt Jones with his shot arm. Unfortunately, Baltimore kind of ruined him. So they keep bringing these guys in and thinking that'll be good enough. And it wasn't until you came along, they finally had a top quarterback. And no offense to Pat Hayden, but Pat Hayden had physical limitations. Because of his height and his arm strength. You were the first big, strong-armed, accurate quarterback they had gotten since the days of Roman Gabriel.
Yeah, there was I think someone said 17 or 19 quarterbacks in the 10 years before I got there, or right before I got there. So
yeah.
I think that just doesn't bode well for, getting a bunch of wins and trying to install an offense and getting some, things that we're seeing, like Tom Brady had the same offense for all those years, and Peyton Manning, and you see those dynasties go, and that's what you want to. That's what you want to try to have. And we're seeing a little bit. Aaron Rodgers hands the baton to Love, and Green Bay's still competitive, and they've got good receivers up there. Those are the types of general manager things that I really appreciate seeing. And yeah, when you're a football player and a guy comes in, he's after your job, there's no doubt that, they're going to bring in guys, but you have to have that competition. You have to have the competition, because if you don't, you're a suspect to, going through losing positions. Like, for example, we talked about that time we went to the strike. They brought in the scab games, and our scabs lost all the games and knocked us out of the playoffs.
We beat you one of them. We beat you in one of them. So Cleveland is loading up on receivers.
Yeah.
They just took Denzel Boston.
Good. He's good. That'll be good.
He is very good. He's very good.
I can't believe he lasted this long.
I know.
They took a receiver. Didn't they take a receiver in the first round too?
They did. They went Casey Concepcion late last night, and then they're the ones that started the offensive line run with Fano at tackle. So look, that incoming coach said, "Hey, let's see if we do have something in Shadur Sanders, but in order to do so, we got to give him the tools to succeed." They gave him 2 wide receivers and a tackle. So if you're Shadur Sanders, you got to be smiling ear to ear right now.
Absolutely.
There are 2 different types of receivers too. You're looking at Denzel being a little bit more of the X and Casey being a slot, maybe a Z type, but more of a slasher. So anyways, that'll be fun to watch. Maybe Cleveland will make some noise in that division.
There's plenty of opportunity because that division is kind of up for grabs right now with new coaches and just chaos in there. I don't know what's going to happen, what kind of team Pittsburgh's going to be.
Right.
Don't know if the Ravens are they going to try to make one more run? And Cincinnati, I don't know what they're doing. I really don't.
I don't think they know what they're doing. That is,
No.
I mean, they got good receivers, but they got to keep Joey healthy. I mean, they're like,
Absolutely. So 2 cornerbacks did go.
Yep.
But the big run of back-to-back-to-back cornerbacks hasn't happened yet. So but all the
which
defensive
corners are
players
off
are
the board
going.
now? Which corners are off the boards?
Hood and Stukes.
Yeah. Stukes went to the Raiders at 38.
Okay. All right. Well, might have the Clemson kid. Guys, I enjoyed the visit with you.
Thank you, Jim, for that story. That was great. That's great. 40 years later, we get the truth.
That's a long time, man. I'm old. Shoot.
Look, Jim, I was in college when you got drafted. So what does that say?
Yeah. All I know is I'm going to say who dat to everybody out there. Anyways.
Thank you, Jim. Appreciate you.
Jim.
Thanks for having me,
Thank you,
guys.
Jim.
You bet. All right.
Oh my man! All my guys are going off the board.
And and we knew that there'd be a run on these guys on edge.
They're getting your guy.
What guy?
You'll find out. They're getting your guy.
Oh,
Our Mason went to the Chiefs.
Yeah, our Mason.
I thought that's what you meant.
Yeah, and I think the Saints are going defensive tackle here. If he's saying they're going after my guy, that means that it's Christian Miller.
Yep.
But I really,
That's exactly
Mason Thomas.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
defensive
who it
tackle.
is. That's exactly who it is. It's Christian Miller.
You got it.
Yep.
Fine. Good. Where's Calvin? Calvin is dancing somewhere in northeast Louisiana right now. We finally got the fat guy to come push the pocket.
Yeah, the Bengals pick is about to be announced at 41, but it's being reported that the Saints at 42 are going to go the defensive tackle Christian Miller.
Good. Well,
I will say
our
over the
Mason,
years, and maybe not so much recently, but the Saints did have a decent pipeline there with Georgia over the years. Just grabbing guys, and not necessarily like high round guys, but they were scooping guys late in rounds from UGA. It's nice to see them go and get a guy towards one of the top or the top 2 rounds, especially a team in Georgia that has dominated a lot of college football lately, but they have produced a lot of winners and a lot of a true productive guys, particularly defensively over the last few years. We made some UGA jokes last night about some other things, but welcome Christian Miller to the Who Dat Nation. Big, like you said, big fat guy, 6'4", 320.
The Bengals went Cassius Howell, the edge rusher, at 41. So, with our Mason Thomas and Howell going back to back, maybe the Saints said, you know what, we don't like the edge rushers that are left on the board, at least at this spot. So we're going to get Brandon Staley, that big run, that big gap plugger up the middle. And
push the pocket.
And Alan talks about this all the time. You get somebody that pushes the pocket inside, that ties up blockers, that increases your one-on-one opportunities on the edge.
Absolutely.
For your edge rushers. And this tells me too. I'll just come out and say it. I hope that the Saints have Cam Jordan locked in a room with no electronic devices to the outside world until he re-signs a contract.
Well, I just looked at the Chiefs draft so far, and the Chiefs are not signing Cam Jordan.
No, I don't think so either.
They got Howell, they've got Peter Woods, and they got Delane, the corner. They went all defense in this draft, and they are rebuilding this thing because they know Chris Jones is getting close to the end. So and they looked at why they lost in the playoffs, and they're upgrading that defense. No running game still. I would not be surprised to the Chiefs try and get Mark Washington from Arkansas at some point in this draft. But defensively, they're looking at the teams they've got to beat and that's that they're upgrading their pass rush and their pass defense. All three of those guys can push the pocket and shut the team down. Okay, Marcus Colston's making the announcement right now.
I mean, you look at, Denver has an offensive coach in Sean Payton, quarterback in Bo Nix. The Chargers have a coach in Harbaugh that just wants to punish people offensively, and a good quarterback in Justin Herbert. And now the Raiders just drafted a quarterback in Mendoza and have an offensive coach in Kubiak. So it's not a bad strategy. I mean, we know Andy Reid is always going to be able to design a successful offense no matter who the personnel is, and you still have Patrick Mahomes there. So yeah, I agree that the Chiefs are just going all in, rebuilding a defense, and you don't rebuild a defense with a 35-year-old edge rusher, a 36-year-old edge rusher in Cam Jordan.
No. Oh, dude,
No, and that
he just
seems
made
a
this
weird
big tackle with
spot,
no
right?
helmet.
I was even asking guys while I was in Missouri yesterday and this morning, just striking up conversation. You're sitting in an airport doing whatever. You see people with KC hats naturally, and it's like, what do you guys think of your pick last night? One, trading up, but two, just like, what's the status of this team? And a lot of them were pretty confident, but there were a lot that were like, it's a great question, because a lot of it comes down to how much does Mahomes miss, and do they view this as a kind of like retool or reload year? Or is this one of those years where it's like, if we can just stay afloat until Patrick is healthy? And that's kind of the consensus I got talking to people out in Missouri, where you kind of are in this weird – the first few weeks are going to be really telling of what the rest of the season is going to look like.
Well, yeah, and you think about the Saints with Sean Payton and Drew Brees back in the mid-2000 teens. And if any of us got stopped on the street, hey, how do you think your team's going to do this year? What was our answer back in 2014, 15, 16? We probably gave similar answers. Hey, we know we're going to be good offensively. We know we're going to put points on the board. If we could just get a defense, we'll be a contender. So, yeah, the Chiefs with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, you got to feel that exact same way.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So let me ask y'all this. Based on the cryptic goodbye from Thibodeau, you guys think this trade was done or is done? Because they did not go corner. They did not go edge rusher. They did defensive tackle.
I don't know about done, but I think the Giants have probably told Thibodeau, look, you're getting traded tonight. We're gonna figure out where. These are the teams we're talking to. We're gonna figure it out, but you're not gonna be on this roster. I think it's probably more of one of those situations where Thibodeau is like, I know I'm out. I just don't know where I'm going.
Yeah.
I've packed the bags. I'm just waiting to figure out which flight I'm getting on. That's probably where he's at. I do have to jump off a little bit, guys. Weird situation here. We are now under like a boil water advisory.
Oh, you're in New Orleans?
No, we talked about that last night, though. We joked about that. No, they found E. coli here. Where I'm
awesome.
at. So,
so your water pressure must have dipped at some point, and that's usually what causes it. But yeah, that or Jack in the Box is working in your area. One of the other.
We have a lot of Jack in the Boxes over
That'll
here.
do it. E. coli.
Just give me a second to take care of some like just regular house things.
Yeah,
and I'll be back.
All right.
Okay.
Kansas City is very quietly having a great draft. I love that draft. I'm impressed that, like I said, what kind of world do we live in where the Jets are having a good draft?
Browns.
I got to give it to a lot of teams are really picking well. There's not a whole lot of people just grabbing someone where everybody goes, whoa, this early? You're taking him now? Detroit did one, and I know Jim was talking a lot about Ty Simpson, but the reality is, I think getting burned by the Saints last year with Tyler Shuck, because they had Tyler Shuck on their board and they were going to take him in the second round, knowing that they have all these teams that need a quarterback, They said it's not going to happen again. We're not doing this again. And I think he's in a great situation learning from Sean McVay. So that's just my attitude regarding this. But I still think Carson Beck will go before Nussmeier, just because Nussmeier did not have a good year. Now they're talking about McCoy. His knee injury, did not play last season. It'd be hilarious if the Dolphins take him here. But yeah, ESPN's talking about McCoy. All the stories that I saw just before we went on air. The knee injury and career longevity. Adam Schefter's out there talking right now about him.
The Dolphins are about to announce.
Bob, I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear you now.
Shoot.
Your little light's not on in your headphones. No. And of course, Brendan just leaves. Oh, Rodriguez, that's a good pick. That's a good pick for the Dolphins. I'm hoping your headphone's not out of power.
All right. How about now?
Can't hear you at all.
All right. I am going to try to log off and then come back
Okay,
in.
Bob's going to cut off for a minute and try and come back. Meanwhile, Jacob Rodriguez just got picked by the Dolphins, linebacker out of Texas Tech. The lesser-known guy, because everyone was so focused on the pass rusher, this guy is a good run stuffer, solid linebacker. I think he's going to be a good player for them. There's not a whole heck of a lot of good linebackers in this draft. I think it's interesting that he went before C.J. Allen, and I think what's holding C.J. Allen back is his height. Wow. Niners just traded D. Winters, a guy they picked last year. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, Rodriguez has the size. He's a good, solid linebacker. Dolphins are starting from scratch. They really are. Yeah, here comes the trade alert right now. Jets trade their pick to Detroit. So the Lions are now on the board. The Dolphins have selected Proctor, Chris Johnson, the cornerback I really liked, and Jacob Rodriguez. So you got your offensive lineman, you've got your corner, and you got a linebacker. All needs. Time to rebuild that team from scratch, basically. Boy, all these Hall of Famers are going out there right now to announce these picks for each of these franchises. And I am just stunned. And it comes from watching too many old games on YouTube. I am just stunned by how much time has passed and how old these guys look. Calvin Johnson is on announcing the Lions pick. And it's he doesn't look bad. But Derek Moore, the edge from Michigan, that's a hometown pick. Hometown pick for the fans. It's like the Saints picking an LSU player. Good player. I expected him to take an edge last night. They took an offensive tackle last year. He's not elite. I think his closing speed isn't as good as some of the ones who've gone off the board, or even some of the guys who are still out there, like Zion Young, but he's a hometown guy. The Lions right now are trying to do that kind of thing by bringing in a lot of local players to kind of stir up the fan base, get the loyalty going. Impressive. It's not as much of a head scratcher as I thought the first round pick was last time. Okay, guys, y'all come back anytime now. I feel like I'm talking to no one. Kenyon Thibodeau. We'll go back to him while I'm waiting for them to come back. I think Thibodeau. I almost think this is a done deal. I don't know if it's going to involve the 3rd round pick this year or not. I have a feeling that they're trying to push the Giants to make this trade and give up as little as possible. If the Saints pick a corner in the 3rd round, then Thibodeau is going to be basically, we'll give you both our 4th round picks. You got to swap with us, and we'll take Thibodeau. We'll take the 104th pick. You get 2 back-to-back picks, 132, 136. So it's not a good trade for the Giants, but I think the more time that passes, the less value they're going to get for Thibodeau. I like the idea of trading for Thibodeau because it's a long time before you get to 73 because they're at pick 44, 46 now, 45. The Ravens picks in, so 46 is coming up. You're going to get a proven NFL quality starter who has played in games. Yes, he's in a contract year, but he's still a young player. I think you can get something with him that's better than anything in free agency. And if he doesn't work, which I think he will, but you kind of have the depth needed to grow from there. So I know that doesn't sound like it makes any sense, but what I'm saying is you're not taking a risk on a guy because the edge rushers at the left, except for Zion Young, I think, and the edge rushers at the left are either pure pass rushers who are undersized to stop the run or run stuffing ends that lack that explosive closing speed or explosive burst to get to the quarterback. So you're ending up with one or the other. I think Zion Young is somebody, the last guy that's still up there that can do both. You might be screaming something at me right now, like, oh no, so-and-so is just as good. And I just don't see it right now based on the things I've looked at. R. Mason Thomas, that was one of the issues we had, was that I would argue with people, he's a good run defender, but he's also undersized and underweight. He was a much more explosive pass rusher at this point in his career. So that's the other concern. That's the kind of concerns you're going to have once you get past those elite top edge rushers. I'm just waiting for the draft to come back. I'm watching ESPN. I know the other two over there are watching NFL Network. This draft, it's moving even faster than last night. Last night, it was finished by 10 o'clock Central Time. C.J. Allen is still on the board. I mentioned him earlier. I'm looking at Mel's best available. Jamon McCoy, the knee injuries are concerned. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren, the safety from Toledo. That is that's an interesting player. Emmanuel Pregon, the guard from Oklahoma. Two receivers, the Alabama receiver, Jeremy Bernard, and interestingly, the wide receiver, Zachariah Branch, who got arrested right before the draft for basically resisting arrest. He is still on the board. He's really a special teams kick return kind of guy, but he's also a guy that can run the seam route, the speed route, those kind of things. He's not big or physical. I think he's 5'10" and 189 pounds, something like that. So they haven't had the big run on cornerbacks like Jim was talking about. It's kind of been a little bit of everything. We've had three cornerbacks. I think we've had a linebacker, 3 defensive tackles, and 2 edge rushers. So, we're not getting the big run. We're getting a run on defensive players, but we're not getting the big run on a position, which actually is very good for the Saints because that leaves a lot of options open. Okay. All right, the Ravens pick is in. I'm waiting for this to come up. I'm not watching this via my phone. I'm watching this on ESPN. So I got to wait for these guys to make the announcements. I don't know who this is for the Ravens that's making this announcement. I missed the name. Oh, that's Mark Ingram. Why is he making the announcements for the Ravens? You only played there for a year and a half. They benched your butt. Whatever. That's all right. I saw Billy Miller out there for the Texans. He caught the first touchdown pass in Texans history. That's the old tight end who finished his career with the Saints back in 2006. And boy, he looked old. It's not the years, it's the mileage. Yeah, they're talking about a flag football league for women, for girls. Sorry. But yeah, Mark Ingram's still up there talking. 45th pick. Let's see the name. There goes Zion Young. All right. So that's the last of the edge rushers who can play the run and rush the passer. Congratulations, young man. You're going to a good franchise. Bastards. So now I hope we can get Thibodeau, because the edge rushers they have left, because you took Christian Miller, and I've done this before in mock drafts too, and I get screwed. LT Overton from Alabama, that's one of the ones that are left, but that's probably a day 3 pick. Yeah. All these guys are gone now. I'm doing old school. I'm looking at a magazine. Okay. LT Overton, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height. Romello Height's a good example of somebody who is really a pure pass rusher. Danny Dennis Sutton from Penn State was a popular one for Saints fans. I know that one. Let's see. Yeah, Derek Moore already went. A guy I liked late in the draft, Caden Curry from Ohio State. I just like his motor. I really love his motor. I think he's a guy that's nonstop, So I think at this point, the Saints look at cornerback now. Bucks just made their selection. I don't even know who this is talking now for the Bucks. I missed the name. Oh, Rondé Barber. Wow. He is thin. Jeez. Josiah Trotter. So Jeremiah Trotter's youngest brother, I guess. Jeremiah Trotter Jr. I'm talking about. Again, undersized linebacker, famous name, but he's 6'1", 238. So, this is my problem with all the linebackers in this draft. Once you got past Sonny Styles, guys like that, the 6'3", 6'4" guys just are not playing inside linebacker anymore. It's 6'1", 5'10", 5'11", guys, you're not getting Vaughn Johnson kind of linebackers anymore. Or, in old Blitzburg, when you had Kevin Green and those guys, you're just not getting the big inside linebackers anymore. They're all very small. So, is that their new Levante David? I don't know. So the Colts are on the clock now. It's been a while since I've seen the Indianapolis Colts on the clock. Oh, a trade, too. Man, I got to get on my phone. I got to start looking at this stuff. Colts trade their pick to the Steelers. I was just talking about Blitzburg, and here come the Steelers right now. I would not be surprised if this is C.J. Allen. Just because of Pittsburgh. Let's see if I'm wrong. pick is in. I'm waiting for this announcement. Marcus Colston, by the way, looked good. Looked really good. I remember last year we had Ryan. Oh, Bob is stuck backstage and needs Brendan to let him back in. And I don't have that authority because I'm a guest on this podcast. I'm sure the viewership is going way down right now because it's just me. Because people don't want to hear me. They get enough of me on Under the Dome. Who is this coming out? They're playing Renegade, of course. That's John Stallworth? Oh my gosh. Either that woman has heels on or John Stallworth is losing the cartilage between his bones because she's taller than he is. And John Stallworth was a tall, lanky receiver. Wow. Jeremy Bernard. Okay. There you go. Of course, I was wrong on this one, but Jeremy Bernard, that is maybe their next God, he was there last night. Hines Ward. You know, a guy they kind of Alabama had to use him as a gimmick receiver at times because they couldn't generate a running game. And there's Bob. Good. I can stop stalling. I said viewership has gone way down because they're like, who is this ugly ass guy that's been sitting on here the whole time just talking to himself?
You know what? You did a wonderful job.
The Steelers just took Jeremy Bernard. I was just talking about, Alabama kind of used him as a gimmick guy last year because they couldn't generate a running game. I think Bernard kind of fits what they need. I thought maybe they take a linebacker here because they traded back into the draft to grab him.
Well, I'll tell you, Steeler
Bob,
fans.
I can't hear you again.
Man.
Can't hear you.
How about now?
No sound. Bob's going old school. We're about to see this phone go sailing across the room. Can you hear me now? Still can't hear you, no.
I can't hear you.
See if you're muted. Are you muted?
I'm not muted.
Go into your settings and switch it from the headphones to the microphone, the phone microphone.
I can hear you, but you're real low.
Oh, the Falcons are making their first pick of the draft. They're at pick 46. Still can't hear you, Bob.
Not at all.
Okay, either Bob's frozen or this is the last thing that Kyle Mosley's going to see. Before he meets Jesus.
How about now?
No. I can read your lips, though. You had a very serious look on your face, and it was frozen for a second. I said, either Bob's frozen or this is the last thing that Kyle Mosley's going to see before he meets Jesus.
Well, I hope if that's the case.
Oh, Kyle's going to unfriend me, too, before it's all said and done. Not a thing.
Nothing.
No, not a thing. I need my Jim Haslett picture. The Jim Haslett taking the headphones off and throwing it across the room. Because clearly you can hear me. This will be interesting because the Falcons need a linebacker, and C.J. Allen's the top player on the board that's still available. just like Detroit took a Michigan guy, Atlanta taking a Georgia guy is a big deal. And I'm sure every Falcon fan is screaming, take CJ Allen, because he's a Georgia Bulldog. But I don't think they're going to do this. What the heck is all this? It's a God. You know, I'm a Star Wars guy, and I can tell you for a fact. Oh, look, he's gone now. I can tell you for a fact that I have no interest in anything that making Star Wars anymore. They've just ruined it for me. It's boring. It's not, and I like The Mandalorian the first 2 seasons, but now it's boring. There's just no creativity in this stuff anymore. Okay, so we got the Falcons up. The Steelers took Jeremy Bernard, which I think is a good pick for them. He kind of does that Hines Ward kind of a little bit of everything. A good physical receiver. I can't believe it. Gomez Adams doppelganger, and I'm talking about the Atlanta Falcons other owner. Sean Payton is still the Falcons owner. But Sean Payton's the other owner for the Falcons is not wearing a gray suit. He's got a blue suit on today. Arthur Blank, I'm talking about, obviously. Let's see what the Falcons do. I'll be surprised if it's an offensive pick, but knowing Atlanta, it will be. It'll be Zachariah Branch or something like that. But I think it's CJ Allen here. I thought he was going to go to the Steelers. I can see the Falcons taking him. They need wide receiver. They need a running back, linebacker. Let's see who they take. Who is this? He's representing Atlanta, but he's a Charger. I don't know who this is. Michael Turner. Oh, Michael Turner. Wow, he's skinny too. Ozempic is a hell of a drug, man. Oh, of course. I always joke that the mocks always had him going to the same team as his brother, Avion Terrell. Is joining his brother AJ Terrell. So we got brothers playing on a team. That's hilarious. And his hat fell to the ground. Fitting. His girlfriend's trying to hand him the hat, but he's too busy hugging his brother. So yeah, they're going to play together in Atlanta. That's good. Jordan Tyson now he can beat Terrell twice. Okay. I found that hilarious. Whenever I do mock drafts, the Falcons always took Avian Terrell in the second round here too. That's hilarious. I don't think he's a bad cornerback, by the way. I think he's a good cornerback. I think he's better than his brother, actually. Because I think he's better at stopping the run. But again, height problem. 5'10" 3/4. I just saw 5'10" in the draft guides. Not a physical guy. He's fast. Good anticipation, but he can be handled. That would have been pass interference in the NFL. He is not even an arm tackle. He just kind of threw a shoulder there. I'm looking at the highlights. I'm sorry, guys. I think he's a better corner than his brother, but I think the height issue is going to be a problem for him. So, but I'm not surprised by this pick. I just would have thought they would have gone Zachariah Branch or, Georgia guy, CJ Allen here. But CJ Allen is like all the other linebackers. He's a little undersized. So I think that's part of the reason why he's sliding. Okay, the Vikings on the clock. There's a trade. Who is a trade? Trade a pick with. Vikings are trading with Carolina. Panthers picker is in. Panthers think they are the new leader of the NFC South, they're out of their mind, but whatever. I'm waiting for the pick to be announced. Sorry, guys. And I'm waiting for Bob to come back. Let me peek. Jono Barnes. Not going to lie, the Saints drafting a defensive tackle from Georgia gives me Jonathan Sullivan PTSD. I don't blame you. But he's much, much better than that. Okay, so Carolina is taking Lee Hunter, another defensive tackle I really liked. We have the better one, for those who want to know. He is more of a true nose guard in a 3-4 scheme. So this will be interesting to see how he fits in Carolina's defense because he's a two-gap guy. I don't know what kind of defensive tackle he's going to be in this scheme now because as a one-gap guy, I'm curious to see what their vision is for him. Everyone's looking for the next Vita Vea. The Panthers have taken a defensive tackle, Lee Hunter, and they also have Freeland, the offensive tackle from Georgia. So they're building up their lines, which makes sense. But I'm curious to see what the Panthers are going to do with their skill set players. I'm looking at people just trolling stuff. Like freaking out about football on Twitter. Saints fans, Staley's a genius. We should trust them. Saints, we want Thibodeau. Saints fans, this organization is so stupid. Look, my thing was, I'm just looking at. I'm looking to see the Jets on the clock now. If there's anything else coming up on the trade, I see nothing so far. Most everything is all Christian Miller right now. I'm sorry, I'm so far away from the microphone. Nothing yet. Former Georgia defensive tackle Christian Miller's family are big fans of the Falcons. After the Saints picked at 42, Miller said his uncle suggested, well, I guess we now have to become Saints fans. You ain't got no choice. Let's go, Miller said. Oh, that's classic. That's classic. Ross Jackson, defensive tackle Christian Miller says he wanted to run through somebody's face and seeks physicality. Believes he has the best mentality in this class. Hard to disagree. Dude, that's all I ask. That's all I ask. Christian Miller on how the Saints treated him. They wanted to see where my mind was at. They're big on mentality. He met with Bo Davis. Oh, look, here we are. We're all back. He met with Bo Davis and knew his old D-line coach from Georgia, Coach Scott. So this is great. This is great. I like all this stuff. All right. Bob's had microphone trouble. You have E. coli trouble. So
apparently,
and now I can't hear anybody.
Is closed. Like restaurant.
Is your mic
closed?
I can't hear you,
Can't
Brendan.
hear.
Brandon, I can hear you. Can anyone?
I still
can either
can't
of you
hear
hear
you.
me?
I can hear Bob.
It's you, Alan.
I can't hear you. Bob, can you hear Brendan?
Yeah,
Is it me?
yeah.
Oh, great. It's me. It's got to be me. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll throw them backstage while they figure that out. Yeah, apparently
Okay.
everything around me is closed. So I now have people eating downstairs because they couldn't go anywhere to get food. So fun life. Uh-oh.
All right, I am going to have to go without headphones, but you can hear me all right?
Absolutely. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Do I sound beautiful still?
You do sound beautiful still.
Thank you.
So Tyrone Hughes texted me
Okay.
while you were being attacked by E. coli and aliens were invading our feed. He was gonna do what Jim did and join us real quick on his way into the Saints facility, but saw that we were having technical difficulties. So Tyrone will be joining us along with Courtney Roby tomorrow, folks. So hopefully we get whatever the hell is going on in the world fixed, and we can we can give you a live uninterrupted feed.
Yeah.
In the meantime, cornerbacks and defensive tackles are starting to come off the board like crazy.
Yeah, so Terrell goes to Atlanta, which is kind of cool, right? You have 2 Terrells in Atlanta. You have D'Angelo Pons from Indiana just got off the board. He's going to the Jets. And squished in between is the defensive tackle from Texas Tech, Hunter. He goes to the Panthers at 49.
So really, the Saints obviously made a decision that they either have a solution to edge rusher, in the way of bringing back Cam Jordan and or trading for Kayvon Thibodeau.
Which
or
Adam Scheffner just tweeted, not just, but 30 minutes ago said the Giants have no current plans to trade Kayvon Thibodeau.
Well, then, like I said before, I hope that the Saints have Cam Jordan locked in a room with no contact to the outside world until pen gets to paper. Because while I don't dislike the signing of Christian Miller, and it fills a need that not enough people were talking about. You, me, Alan, we brought it up several times during the regular season, several more this offseason, that the Saints need that big bodied gap stuffing nose tackle. So they get that. But they're without an edge rusher and with cornerback. Now, I maintain what I have said all along, that I think you can get a decent cornerback in this draft. Perhaps even into the third day, which, remember, folks, that's where the Saints got Quincy Riley last year. But, I mean, you're looking at Stukes, Pons, Terrell, Hood all off the board. You have Keontae Scott, who I like a lot, Malik Muhammad, who, remember, played for Terry Joseph, the Saints defensive assistant at Texas, Will Lee at Texas A&M, Brandon Sisse from South Carolina, Devin Marshall from NC State, Decario Davis from Washington, Keith Abney from Arizona State, Julian Neal from Arkansas, Charles Demings from Stephen F. Austin. So, I mean, you still do have options at cornerback. Your options at edge rusher, unless you like Gabe Jacobs from Illinois, they're all but gone.
Yeah, I think here's Alan coming back too. Do we have audio figured out now?
I think we do. I can hear you guys fine.
Cool. Bob, to your point, we have talked ad nauseum over the last, maybe 2 months on how deep of a draft this was at the receiver position, at the cornerback position. But edge, defensive tackle, that defensive line as a whole, you could probably still get good value in round 3 and going into day 3 as well. But there is a little bit more of a drop off in talent, right? From your round 1 guys to your round 2 to your round 3, to where at receiver and corner, it felt like, a lot of these guys had very similar grades. With the report that the Giants don't have any current plans to trade Thibodeau, which is just the next page or chapter in this weird book of he's not being traded to the Instagram post to the he's not being traded. That's usually how these things go. Not currently being traded. I do think the Saints have some plan. I did see Cameron Jordan went to the X Twitter and praised the Saints pick here in the second round. It would appear that signs are pointing to Cam Jordan returning. I do think it would be smart for the Saints to target a defensive backfield player, whether that be a safety or a corner, in the third round. Obviously, we have a lot of picks between now and then, and the board's going to change a lot between now and then. But I think I have to credit the Saints. I think they've had a game plan for this draft and the positions they wanted to attack, and not just the positions they wanted to attack, but particular players in those positions that they wanted to attack. They appear to get both those guys here early in round 1 and round 2. So I do have to applaud the Saints for that. And with that, I'll be back again.
Everything fell apart the last time you left. So
we're gonna try. Okay, fingers crossed. This is what I'm gonna do instead. Opposed to just pulling myself out, you guys can still see my beautiful face like this.
There you go.
So hopefully that prevents any other problems, because the screen recognizes my face is still here.
Okay.
Well, it's funny because I'm doing a solo tap dance the whole time doing this thing, because I'm in here by myself and I'm just talking just to talk, So I think it's interesting that the Panthers took Lee Hunter, who is really more of a traditional nose guard in a 3-4 scheme, and they're going to put him in a 4-3 defensive tackle, probably zero technique, but I'm curious to see what their vision is for this guy.
Yeah, I am too. The Panthers added a couple really good defensive players in last year's draft. Excuse me. They got their offensive tackle in the first round with Freeling from Georgia. But yeah, I don't know if I see a consistent plan for Carolina on defense either. Atlanta, not that Avion Terrell is a bad player. I think
he's better than his brother, actually.
Really?
I think AJ Terrell, they have him playing more of a man-to-man kind of guy, and he's really not that. I don't think he's that good.
No,
I really don't.
I definitely think he's overrated.
Yeah, I think the other cornerbacks were playing better than he was. So I think Avian has a chance to be a better corner than that. Okay. Patriots draft marriage counselor in the second round.
But no, what you were saying about Jeremy Bernard, the Steelers pick at 47. I will tell you this: Pittsburgh sports media was going out of their minds today, piggybacking off the story that the Steelers were ready to draft Mekhi Lemon, and Philly jumped in front of them.
Yeah,
and the Steelers panicked and drafted Big Max at offensive tackle. So of course they don't know what they're doing, and blah blah yakety schmackety. It just, again, football fans being football fans.
Well, they want the flashy name.
Yeah.
This is the name I've been looking at the whole time. I want a flashy player. And, Jerry Bernard's going to give it to you. I'm surprised how far C.J. Allen has slid.
So am I.
He was projected as a late first-round pick, and here we are in the middle of the second, and he's still on the board. I really thought Atlanta was going to take him because taking a Georgia player in Atlanta, that's like taking an LSU player for the Saints, or Detroit did a hometown pick. They picked the Michigan defensive end.
Right.
So I was a little surprised by that pick, but not too much, because you're drafting the guy's brother. There goes another cornerback I wanted. God dang.
Well, and listen, we applauded the Saints last year for not moving up, for standing pat, letting the board come to them.
Yeah.
And, all indications are they got themselves a really good draft in 2025. We applauded the Saints for not panicking and moving up this year to get their guy in the first round. But I'll tell you now, with a legit, at least we're talking about a potential solution at edge rusher if you can get Cam Jordan re-signed. You don't have a solution at your third cornerback spot. Now, I know, they re-signed Julian Blackman, and he could give you some slot, but he can't give you the coverage that Alontae Taylor gave you. So, again, you look at Keontae Scott, Malik Muhammad, Will Lee, Charles Demings, Keith Abney, Julian Neal, a couple others still available. If I'm the Saints now, I package one of those fourths and one of those fifths, and I do move, or maybe even both fourths, and keep both fifths. But I definitely move up to get one of these corners now before they're gone.
Well, you're going to have to move up in the third. I don't think you're going to be able to move up into the second. I don't think you have enough ammo to do that.
No, I mean, it probably takes your third and one of your fourths to do that.
Yeah, it will, to move up in the third. Will Allen, Keith Abney, those are two guys I'm watching right now. Edge rusher, if you're going to bring back Cam Jordan, I still think Thibodeau is going to be available for trade. I don't know if it's going to happen on draft day, but I think once these guys get out there, Pat McAfee out here right now for the Colts. If once the draft is done and cooler heads are going to be in play, now the Giants are thinking, oh, maybe we can get a second out of 2027 from somebody for him. I don't think they're going to get it. It might be a package of a couple of picks, but I think they're really overestimating his market value. Yeah. And the guy's in a contract year. So, they've got until middle way through the season, the trade deadline to make their decision.
The Colts, you called the Colts getting C.J. Allen a few picks ago before they traded down.
Yeah.
Then they traded down and got C.J. Allen.
He fits the Colts defense too.
It does.
I was saying earlier about the linebackers going off the board. I said, once you got past Sonny Styles and some of the edge rushers, most of the inside linebackers are undersized. They really are. We're a long way away from the guys who built like Vaughn Johnson, 6'4", 6'3", 245, 250. It's now guys 235, 225, 6 foot, 6'1". This guy's 6 foot and 3/4, 230.
And even two guys that I really like. Well, Josiah Trotter was one of them, but Kyle Lewis is the other. They're in that physical mold too. 6 foot, 6'1", 225 range. Good sideline to sideline people. But how are they going to be productive in the mess and the muck? It is the NFL trenches, I think, is the big question.
Well, it's they spread you guys out. They spread linebackers out so much now that's why you have these. In the old days, it'd be safeties as linebackers. And so, I know the Saints need a linebacker, not necessarily as a starter, but somebody to groom to be a starter. I've got way down in the 6th round, I was taking Justin Jefferson of Alabama. Yeah. He's 6 foot, 220. He's he's not as physical as these other guys, which is one of the reasons why he drops so far down. But he's kind of that safety linebacker hybrid where he can do some coverage stuff. He's an incredible blitzer, great speed. So that's kind of where I'm looking at linebackers. Keith Abney is somebody else that's out there. You can get late, I was commenting all these old players that are up here reading off the picks. I'm shocked at how old some of them look. And it comes from watching too many games on YouTube.
Yeah.
But like John Stallworth was up there with a woman. I don't know who the woman was. She was kind of guiding him. He must be losing the cartilage between his bones because he was short of. Oh, there goes Stowers to the Eagles.
That's a good pick for them.
It is. He's a different tight end than what they're used to. This guy's a pure pass catcher. Did they bring back Dallas Goedert?
Yeah, they did. And because I was watching free agency for that. He was on my free agent wish list for the Saints.
So he is okay. So now you've got two skinny receivers. This is going to be your inside guy now. I think Stowers is going to be the guy they're going to target. In the middle and the underneath drag routes and things like that. That's going to be their physical guy they're going to try and use to replace A.J. Brown. But, he's a little short for a tight end. Yeah, they got Malachi Lemon and Stowers. No more excuses, I guess, for their quarterback. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Okay, we had a trade. The Chargers are trading their pick. Chargers trade pick to
Patriots.
The Patriots. Okay, so here comes the marriage counselor. They're drafting the what was his name? The guy who used to do the DNA test and tell you if you're the father or not.
The talk show host, yeah.
Yeah.
Is it Maury Povich?
Yeah, Maury Povich. That's who it was. That's who they're drafting because we got to find out who's Diana Rossellini's actual dad to her son, Mike.
Maury Povich, older prospect, but has the abilities to really bring a team together.
Exactly. What's amazing too is these trades that happen as soon as the trade is announced, the pick is the next thing. So it's like they do this trade and they got the pick going.
Well, and I mean, last night's first round they dropped down to 8 minutes. The second round is 7 minutes. Third through sixth is only going to be 5 minutes. Yeah. Which I think it was 5 minutes for day 3 picks.
Not the third round, but the fourth and on was always 5 minutes. It was like 6 minutes, I think, in the third round. Okay, so there's not any really good edge rushers left out there.
No.
For the second round. I was looking through my guide to see who was left, edge-wise. L.T. Overton, Joshua Josephs, Romello Height, Danny Dennis Sutton.
I have so much.
That's really about it. And those are all guys that are late third round or third round guys, fourth round guys. And they either do one or the other. They either play the run really well, or they're explosive pass rushers that are undersized to play the run.
And that's, I've been writing about this. We talked about it on Under the Dome the other night. That even though this edge class looked deeper than what an average edge class does, we both agreed that if the Saints did pass on one at 8, you still run the risk of all of them being gone by 42. And that's really what happened. Derek Moore, Zion Young were both still on the board at 42. But at that point, you were already down to the bare minimum at the position. What surprised me is the lack of receivers that are going so far.
I know Chris Bell is still on the board.
Yeah.
And the receivers are all sliding. I didn't have that happen. Most of the time, the receivers are all gone.
And I had been writing that I expect a few talented receivers to slide into round 4, but I didn't have only 3 wideouts: Stribling, Denzel Boston, and Jeremy Bernard. Only 3. Those are the only 3 wide receivers to go in the second round, and we're at pick 55 right now.
Yeah. I mean, if the Saints go edge, which I don't think they will in the third round, but if they go edge because they're worried about Thibodeau, LT Overton is a guy I'm looking at. You know, he gives you the run defense you're looking for. He's kind of a poor man's Cam Jordan, actually. He's not as explosive a pass rusher as Cam was in his prime, but you know, he can work. You can work with him.
Yeah, I have LT Overton, excuse me, and Gabe Jacobs.
You know, Gabe is. I forgot about him still being on the board. The only other one I can think of, and this is if you're looking for a pure pass rusher, you're not worried about run defense, a third down pass rusher, Romello Height.
Yeah, Danny Dennis Sutton is that same kind of guy.
Yeah, it's just explosive first step, but is not very good, you know. And who knows? They may be thinking we can get by with
and Gabe Jacobs just went to the Patriots. So
who did?
Gabe Jacobs just went to the Patriots.
Okay. But I'm thinking they're probably thinking we can get by with a combo of Ellis and maybe Cam Jordan coming back. We can get by with those 2 guys if we don't get anything tonight.
And Granderson too. And
Granderson, yes.
And you know what? They can get by with that if Cam Jordan comes back. If he doesn't, then I don't. I don't dislike Carl Granderson as a player, but I mean, by what, year 7 now? I think he's in. He is what he is. He gives you a couple game flurry of production, and then is on a milk carton for a few weeks when you try to put him in as a starter.
Yeah, he's not a starter. He's what they used to call a wave player. You know, which I have no problem with because you need those guys. Willie Whitehead is a productive player, and if he has a Willie Whitehead type of career, I'm good with that. He was an undrafted free agent. You know, so I'm fine with that. But you need somebody who you can consistently rely on for 3 downs to come off that edge to go with Chase Young.
Yep.
And okay, the Vikings traded linebacker Jonathan Greener to the Eagles.
I was just going to say that for 2 third-round picks, one this year and one next year. I think it's safe to say that would be the market for Thibodeau.
Yeah. That works, though. It makes it hard for you to get a cornerback. But if that trade happens tonight, you give them your 3rd round pick this year and your 3rd next year. That still worked for Thibodeau, and you have an edge rusher now.
Yeah.
You're going to have to package those 2 4th rounders to move up.
Yeah, you are to get that corner.
Yeah. And there are a couple corners I still like that are out there, you know, later in the draft. But I'm nervous about that. I don't know. I would feel more confident about. Oh wow, that's that linebacker my wife liked a lot, Paul Polzinski, I think is how you say his name.
Yeah, went to.
Holy cow! The tight end from Texas A&M just came off the board.
Yeah.
I'm going to say this is a reach. This is a Mr. Fantastic kind of reach because this guy is a day 3 pick. mean, he's not a bad player,
Yes.
but there are better tight ends than him that are still on the board.
Well, and Oscar Delp comes to mind immediately.
Yeah, and about Oscar Delp. That's my guy. Oscar Delp and Nick Singleton. Those are my two guys. You know.
Yeah, you know what? All the years that you and I have been screaming for the Saints to draft a tight end in deeper tight end drafts than this.
Mhm.
This will be the year that they do it. They'll do it with pick 3, the third round, with us wondering, you still need a cornerback. You still need a backup running back. You still need another wide receiver. You signed Noah Fant, and now this is the year you draft a tight end.
Oh, I know. Dude, I wouldn't be proud wearing that T-shirt. Some guy's got a picture of the quarterback from Jacksonville on his T-shirt, his face. And I'm like, I wouldn't wear that thing. No, I'm sorry. No, thank you.
Okay, but you was so surprised.
But back to what you were saying. You know, say they do pull off a trade for Thibodeau, and it does cost them a third rounder this year and a third next year. At that point, you can't wait for corners to slide anymore.
Yeah,
you've got to package those 2 fourth rounders and move up as high as you can to get one.
Right, and losing those 2 fourth round picks makes it hard to get Singleton and to get Delp. You probably are sacrificing one of those guys right now because
it would.
in your next.
Now you still might be able to get a wide receiver the way they're sliding.
Yeah.
Because I've been expecting all along that the Saints would come out of this draft with 2 wideouts.
It's not going to happen, but man, would I be happy if we can get Chris Bell?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do not want Kieran Crawford, the edge rusher from Auburn. I do not want that dude. No, thank you. What if the Saints do this? We'll take Thibodeau.
Mm-hmm.
We'll give you a third this year, a third next year, our 2 fourths in exchange for Thibodeau and your 4th at 104. What do you think of that trade?
So you're giving, on paper, that's a lot of picks.
Yeah.
So you're giving both 4ths and a third.
Uh-huh. In exchange for a higher 4th, you're going to 104. For Thibodeau and 104.
And you know what? Your 2 fourths are 132 or 136.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you get your edge rusher.
Yeah, you're going up 30 picks.
I think I'd do that.
I'm just thinking, because you want to package the 2 to move up. I have to do the math. I don't have the chart in front of me to know what the value is on that.
Right.
But you're essentially giving them your 3rd round pick this year and next year for 1 player. And then it's almost like 2, you have to look at it like 2 transactions, but it all happens at one time.
Right.
Then you're combining your 2 fourths, 2 picks for 1 pick, but you're moving up 30 slots essentially.
Yeah.
So I don't know what the math looks like and how this would come out. Giants fans will be looking at it. Okay, we got 4 picks for a player. Zachariah Branch is somebody I think is going to keep sliding.
I think so too. Not because of the arrest, just because of his height
and his skill set.
Yeah,
he's really he's kind of a smaller version of the Saints just got rid of him, sent him to Seattle.
Right. Rashid
Shaheed. Yeah,
he's
really
that's
a
the
kick
thing.
returner.
The Saints desperately need one. So you bring in Zachariah Branch to the Saints team. A Saints team that has Olave, has Tyson, has
Mhm.
two bigger wideouts in Vele and Polk, if Polk works out. You bring in Branch, that's your gadget guy, that's your take the top off a defense guy, and
Yeah.
that's your kick returner. I would like
Yeah.
that move.
Yeah. I'll be curious if he falls to 4, you know. But yeah, if you can, that just makes it hard because, you know, you still need your corner. And I don't know
Yeah.
what corners are out there in free agency. You know, this is the problem. You know, you have so many holes, you're not going to be able to fill it all in one draft.
Right. And yeah, we kind of heard Mickey Loomis talk about that in his presser. And yeah, we don't see us moving up because this team is more than one player away.
Yeah.
And of course, a lot of the fans thought that was bullshit, but he's been true to his word so far.
No, and that's what we want too. I wanted them to make all these picks. I didn't want them to trade a bunch of picks around and trade stuff. Logan Jones, a center from Iowa. Shoot. That's somebody I've often grabbed in the 4th or 5th round. Center guard, one of the best centers in the league. Good, solid pick.
Yeah, and I've had my eye on all 3 Iowa interior linemen.
Me too.
Maybe because we're old school thinkers, and we're like, oh yeah, Iowa, and they still are this way. Yeah, Iowa's we're rock solid. They like to run the football. Play good defense.
Hey, it's the same with running backs from Penn State. You know, I still think I'm not going to go all the way back to Franco Harris, but I still think of what was his name? He blew his knee out. Not
Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Kajana Carter too, but yeah,
Kajana Carter. But there was somebody else. Wasn't there somebody else that was in there too?
Kurt Warner actually went. I think either the pick before or the pick right after Eric Dickerson in the
yes. And Curtis Enos. That's another one.
Yep.
Penn State. Yeah. So I still think of running backs coming out of Penn State. Okay. The 49ers just traded again. Is Bill Walsh been reincarnated? This is the kind of shit Bill Walsh used to do. And at one point, Carmen Policy and the old owner of the 49ers came in and said, are you ever going to make a pick? Because all you're doing is trading the whole time.
Your Toledo safety just went off the board.
Okay. Well, it's the first time they haven't drafted a receiver.
Right.
I thought, they would have drafted one more receiver. I'm like, okay. Is this fantasy football or real football we got going on here? Yeah, this is they're taking all Shador's excuses away. If Shador cannot, I mean, they gave him an offensive lineman. They've given him 2 good receivers that can do different things. Now his job is to get the ball in their hands.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of what we said when Jim was on with us. Because he was on when the Browns selected the second receiver. Was it Boston?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when they got Boston, so they got 2 really good ones. I mean, both of them were first round guys. Casey Concepcion and Boston both.
Yeah, and I mean, look, you have an incoming coach. And whether or not you believe in Shador is kind of irrelevant because you weren't able to get a quarterback anyway. So, so what do? Okay, we're going to give Shador the tools to succeed. If he ends up being our franchise quarterback, great. If not, we got the pieces in place for the next guy.
Yeah. Kuiper is probably all over himself right now with this draft that the Browns are having because he's all excited that his quarterback is going to finally prove people wrong. Okay, so the Texans are on the clock now. Then come the Bears after the trade they did. No, I'm sorry. No, the Bears just have close to 2 picks back to back almost. Then the Raiders again. Are we at the end of the second round? I think we are.
Yeah. I think we're I'll give you a count in a sec. I think we're 4 or 5 picks away from it.
Yeah, because we're at pick 59. if the Raiders are coming up, we should be at the last 2 picks of the first round.
Yeah, but-
Second round.
Remember, they added compensatory picks to the second round this year.
To the second round too?
Yeah.
Wow.
There's a. Nope, I take that back. Yeah, we do go to 64. So
Okay.
Compensatory picks.
All right. Billy Miller is up there again for the Texans. And I mentioned this while y'all both off the air. That is the Saints tight end from 2006. He looks like an old math teacher right now. He looks almost like Don Rickles on TV. I would not have recognized Billy Miller. I see it in his face now, but I wouldn't have recognized him then. His last year.
Another tight end that's not Delp. Or Justin Goldie for that matter.
Where's my meme? Good. There's another tight end I wouldn't have picked. Michigan guy. Again, you're appealing to the hometown crowd here almost. Trade alert. What we got here? The Bears are trading their pick to the Titans.
Okay.
Okay. This is not a tight end I even had in any of my scouting.
No. And I think I mentioned it last night. I did very little work on tight ends this year. I did Delp. I did Jolie. I did Stowers. Eli Raridan from Notre Dame. I did.
Yeah.
Sam Roush from Stanford.
Sam Roush. And I did Utah's tight end. Darren
Bentley, yeah.
Bentley. That was the only ones I've done.
I did Daquan Wright too because he's just such a freak.
Yeah. The biggest knock on Daquan Wright is he doesn't like to block.
Yeah.
He's purely a pass catcher. But yeah, is that your dogs?
Yeah.
That's all right. You'll hear mine soon, I'm sure.
Anthony Hill, the Texas linebacker, goes to Tennessee.
Okay. So honestly, a lot of corners are still on the board. Not great ones, but good ones.
Yeah.
Barnum, the edge from Michigan, is still up there. Here's all the edge rushers. Dennis Sutton, Crawford. Jamon McCoy is going to be on there for a long time. Malik Muhammad just showed up on Mel's best best DBs.
Yeah, cornerback, Malik Muhammad, Devin Marshall, Will Lee, Charles Demings, Decario Davis, Keith Abney, Julian Neal from Arkansas. Those are all guys that I like. Like you said, I'm not going to call any of them starters or even instant contributors, but maybe guys that could fill out your depth chart and get what's his name the hell off the roster.
All right, let me ask you this then. If McCoy doesn't go until the 4th round or 5th round, you take a shot at that point, given his injuries?
It's difficult. My medical staff would have had to check him out.
Yeah.
And tell me that I can probably get at least 7 years of good ball out of him. What did we get out of Ramczyk? 7 years?
Mm-hmm. That was a first-round pick, though.
This is true. And we always talk about, day 3 picks, especially once you get to the 5th round. It's all about value and value, scheme fit, and is this a potential gem? And if Jermod McCoy is available in, say, the 5th round and he ends up being healthy, that's a gem.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have surgery.
Right.
and he's probably going to miss the first half of the season. Yeah, he tore the ACL in January. He missed the entire 2025 season. I'm sorry, last January.
Now,
And they don't know if he's going to be the same player if he comes back because he hasn't really played since he tore that ACL.
right. Now, he did, at least according to what I reported, he did return to team practices in September. He just didn't get in any games, obviously, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I kind of, going back to your original question, if he's there in the fourth or fifth round, I liken it to, you remember Willis McGahee?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When he wrecked
Miami
his
running back, went to Buffalo.
Yeah. Now, he went to Buffalo in the first round, but a lot of people expected McGahee to slide way, way, way down because of that knee and the medical red flags on it. And McGahee was a pretty darn good back for about 8 NFL seasons. So again, if you give me that kind of value with a Jermod McCoy, I do think I take it. I don't think I start looking at him in the third round, but when we get to day 3, I think I might.
Yeah.
He's got day 3 written all over him.
And
just being a guy you take a risk
on. You're probably going to have to pick him at the top of the fourth round too.
Yeah, because everybody else is going to be thinking the same thing.
Yeah, it's like, hey, this guy's dropped. Like, let's just take a risk. It's day 3.
Right.
Like, that's on the money. I apologize for how long I was gone, guys. We have now spread the advisory to multiple counties.
Awesome.
Wow.
So we love that. We just can't run water for a while. It's gonna be awesome.
You have to boil it, and yeah.
Max Clare, Ohio State tight end, just goes to the Rams at 61.
That's amazing. That's a good tight end. You've had 2 tight ends go before Max Clare. I would have taken Max Clare ahead of almost all of them that have come off this board, even Stowers.
If I'm looking for an inline tight end, I take Clare before Stowers.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, Stowers he's not big enough to be a mismatched tight end like a Jimmy Graham or Travis Kelce or something like that. He's really kind of a bulky receiver, almost a more reliable Juwan Jennings. And I think Max Clare gives you a lot more. So once again, the Rams get a great pick, from a winning program too. And they've only had 2 picks in this whole draft.
I was going to ask you if you knew how many they had because I didn't feel like counting yet.
Yeah, no, this is their second pick.
Wow.
Here come the Broncos for the first time
Nope.
tonight.
They traded to the Bills. So Sean Payton just doesn't want to pick in this year's draft.
No, he doesn't.
Can I ask you guys because of how long I was away? I don't know if it had happened yet. Mark Ingram was scheduled to announce pick for the Ravens.
He did.
Everybody else think that was just really weird. Like you couldn't find a more legendary Ravens player. Given he had a good career in Baltimore
for a year.
For a year, yeah. He had 1 good year, and then he was benched midway through his second year there, and then he got traded.
Back,
He's the Saints' all-time leading rusher.
Yeah, so why is he announcing picks for another franchise? I don't.
And he gets up to the podium and says, "For my Ravens, dude."
Yeah, right. Exactly. I can't believe he did that.
I mean, Joe Horn, who I think played 1 year for Atlanta after he left New Orleans.
He did.
That would be exactly like Joe Horn making the pick for the Falcons.
Right. Right.
Or, to give to give a little more credit to Mark, because Joe didn't really do a whole lot that 1 year in 06 with Atlanta. It'd be like Joe Horn announcing the pick for the Chiefs.
Okay. Yeah.
That's true.
Where
Yeah.
he made a Pro Bowl, right? In Kansas City.
No,
No.
he didn't do it. He didn't do
No.
anything in Kansas City either.
He didn't
He,
make,
he was like a fourth receiver for like 3 years in Kansas City before he hit free agency.
but there you go. Like it'd be like him going to my Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah.
No,
I'll never
we don't-
forget, because I know exactly where I was when I heard the Saints sign draft trade. I'm going through it all. Signed Joe Horn in free agency in 2000. I'm in my car driving, I think, back from work, and I'm hearing Mike Detillier talk about signing Joe Horn. He's like, yeah, maybe he might be a pretty good kick returner. He was the fourth receiver in Kansas City. He can run a little bit, but, there's not a whole lot. He doesn't have a whole lot on tape. He was, went to a junior college, never played college, Division I college football. So, we'll see if he can offer the Saints anything. And he ended up being, at the time, the best free agent the Saints had ever signed. Yeah, just, you never know. You never know. That's what Joe Horn is like my poster child. When people start ripping into who the Saints just signed as a free agent, I'm like,
Right.
you guys, remember Joe Horn. I mean,
Well, yeah, Joe Horn and even Demario Davis. And for those of us that watch a lot of football, we knew Demario Davis could play. I remember I was writing for Canal Street Chronicles at the time, and I actually did this story. Even a couple of the guys at CSC were like, "Oh yeah," tons of Saints fans were like, "Oh yeah, he's going to be special teamer if he even makes the roster." I'm like, "No, this dude can play." Anybody that criticizes the Saints free agent signing, I bring up Joe Horn on offense and Demario Davis on defense every time.
Yeah. And then every time they sign a big name free agent, that seems to be the guy that's a complete and total disaster.
Right.
Yeah, Jarris Bird. Where's Jarris Bird in those conversations?
Exactly. And they're like, well, how can you sign a guy like that? Well, he was the all-time leading interceptor, an active player. They did tell you the reason why Buffalo wouldn't bring him back because his back was going out.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened to him. But
yeah, and it's not like they were playing subterfuge here. Yeah, everybody knew about Jarrius's back. Saints signed him anyway. Everybody knew that a stiff wind sends CJ Spiller to the sidelines with an injury, and they signed him anyway.
Yeah.
I don't have as much hate for CJ Spiller as you do, Bob.
Oh, I loathe CJ Spiller, and Jarris Bird's number one, but CJ Spiller is number 2 on my Saints hate list.
What? We sucked anyway. Why?
Because we sucked anyway. You didn't have to.
You paid him a lot of money for no production.
You're Ohio State cornerback, who I'm not going to bother attempting to pronounce the name of.
Okay.
Just came off the board to Buffalo.
Who is this up here with that's making this announcement for Buffalo? Come on, put his name up. That's not Jim Kelly, is it?
I didn't look, but Jim doesn't look good these days.
Wow. That's a good pick for Buffalo. Again, Buffalo is upgrading their defense.
Yeah.
They have to. Look how many games Josh Allen single-handedly won them last year.
I know. I'm surprised Buffalo hasn't drafted any receivers yet, though.
Yeah, I am too. Because I'm going back because I forgot who they drafted last night, or did they trade out completely?
They traded out completely. They've had all second-round picks. They really went old school back when you used to have to pay the first-round pick a lot of money.
Right.
No, this is a good corner.
No,
So they got TJ Parker.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
that's right.
Both defensive players. So if you think about it, if they get a linebacker in here, they're upgrading the 3 weaknesses they had last year. the Ed Oliver, the defensive tackle, got hurt and couldn't play in the playoffs. The kid from LSU, the cornerback from LSU, he's had knee problems. He is that's his replacement, the Ohio State cornerback. They need to replace the linebacker now, and they replace that linebacker. You know, then you've replaced all three of your weak links in your defense last year with rookies.
Well, Josh Allen still has little help at wide receiver, and your owner just got done publicly raping your top wide out in Keon Coleman.
I forgot all about that. There's a guy you could probably get for a 6th round pick right now. We didn't even want this guy. The last coach wanted this guy.
Like, realistically, if Keon Coleman was available for a day 3 pick, would you do it?
Well, and Alan brought this up last night, and then we got interrupted by, I think, trade news or something. But the Patriots were also reportedly shopping Kayshon Boutte for a day 3 pick. Of those two, I'd take Boutte.
Mm-hmm.
But if he wasn't available, I'd consider bringing in Coleman for one of my 5th rounders or my 6th rounder.
I mean, the grand total of 6th round picks that have hit for the Saints begins and ends with Fred McAfee. So, you're getting a player that's at least shown you something in the NFL. Maybe he's better in a different scheme. I don't know. It's interesting. Joe Brady's the head coach now for Buffalo, and they went defense. So that tells you where they think the weaknesses are on that team.
Jake Slaughter, center from Florida.
I liked him too.
I said
did
San
too.
Diego. It's the Los Angeles Chargers. It'll always be San Diego to me, dang it.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. It's hard for me to change the name of the city on a team like the Chargers. I had a hard time with the Raiders every time they kept moving around. I still call them the Oakland Raiders half the time.
Yep. Yeah, Slaughter was one of my interior linemen to watch for day 3 if he slid.
Yeah. Good size. He's a center. He can play guard, but he's really a center.
Yeah.
Just a good player. I mean, look, they're showing highlights right now. He just took that lineman and just took him completely out of the play.
So we're in the last pick of the 2nd round.
Yeah, we sure are. 2nd round finished by 8:15. Impressive.
Seattle's made it quick. The pick's in.
Yeah, I think it now shifts to 5 minutes between picks.
Good.
Yeah.
So, the Chargers did the same thing a lot of teams are doing. They went offensive line and defensive line. No, both offensive lines. Never mind.
Well, and I mean, there's no secret what Jim Harbaugh wants to do offensively.
That offensive line was terrible last year too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, hell, you willingly traded for Trevor Penning, hoping that he would step in and be a starter. So that tells you the state of the Chargers' offensive line.
I mean, Alt got hurt. You lost almost everybody but one guy, and then you're willing to move off from that one guy, Mekhi Becton. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not surprised by either of these picks.
No. Back to the Eagles and the Vikings trade. Well, the Vikings trading Jonathan Greenard to Philadelphia. Man, and you say it all the time, Alan. I don't know why teams even do deals with Rose and Howie over in Philadelphia anymore. Because the Eagles stockpile players like Madden, where you turn the salary cap off. We talked about the trade market being set for Thibodeau with that deal. And similarly, Greenard was coming into a contract year, And yet within minutes after the trade was announced, the Eagles announced that they'd re-sign Greenard to a 4-year, $100 million contract. So now Thibodeau's not going to get that kind of money. But if Thibodeau is looking to get moved and immediately re-signed, I think that does take the Saints off the table.
Yeah, I think any kind of trade deal, and this again, this is why you're what you're willing to give up for this guy. You're also going to be talking to this guy about a contract extension.
Mm-hmm.
You're not doing I'm not giving up 2/3, for example, for a 1-year rental. I'm just not doing that.
Yeah.
You know, if I'm
They
giving
did
up a
sign
future
him
pick.
to an extension.
Yeah, you're signing. Maybe it's not a great extension. Maybe it's a 2-year deal, 3-year deal, something like that. But I'm not giving up 2 picks, essentially, even the 3rd-round picks for a 1-year rental.
No. Well, and I mean, yeah, the Saints made a similar type of gamble on Chase Young, who had eerily similar production to Thibodeau. Thibodeau's a fifth overall pick. One really good year, really solid year of production. And then disappointing after that, missed some games with injuries. So yeah, I mean, the situations are eerily similar.
Yeah. Okay, so there's Oscar Delp at number 10 on Mel's Best Available. Rat bastard. Quit bragging him. Quit, push him down. I want teams to forget about him.
Bud Clark, the safety from TCU, goes to Seattle.
Okay.
That's a good pick for them. He's a ball hawk.
Yeah. Yeah.
And Seattle's got a lot of good young defensive backs, but they're coming up for contracts pretty soon. All of them.
So is this Arizona's? No, Arizona's made one other pick already. So this is their 3rd pick.
Yeah.
Coming up. So Arizona's getting ready to get on the clock. Denver will make their first pick of the night in the 3rd round.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Did the Cardinals go quarterback here?
They're going to need to.
I think so.
If they do, I'm curious to see who they pick. Is it Beck or is it Nussmeier? I think it's going to be Beck just purely based off of production.
What if they just surprise us and don't take a quarterback?
I mean, maybe they don't. Yeah, they got their running back. They got one offensive lineman. They have a pretty good wide receiver. A little bit disappointing for his draft status, but Marvin Harrison Jr. is a good receiver. They had a really good tight end.
I often wonder how much of it is Marvin Harrison Jr. or how much of it is the system and the scheme they're in. And the quarterback that's throwing in the ball.
That's a valid question, too. But, I mean, if it is the system and the quarterback, you're not going to find out any more from Marvin Harrison this year.
No, I know.
Although, I mean, LaFleur, I love the LaFleur hire as head coach for Arizona. I almost called him Phoenix.
They're still the St. Louis Cardinals. They should be at Busch Stadium. I mean, the thing with the Cardinals here is they can go almost in any direction because they need upgrades across the board.
Right.
I just don't know how they feel about these quarterbacks. Because I'll be honest with you, they'll probably be there in the 4th.
I mean, we mentioned Nussmeier, we mentioned Beck. We talked a little bit about Drew Aller and Cade Klubnik last night.
Yeah.
3 of those 4 were projected to be first-round picks at this time last year.
Yeah.
Everybody but Beck ended up a disaster. I think if you count Alar and Klubnik in the conversation, yeah, at least one of those guys, if not 2 or 3, will be available in the 4th. I agree with you.
Yeah,
Can we
No, go
talk
ahead.
about, just to quickly change gears? Yesterday we talked a little bit about, and even today, about Garrett Nussmeier talking about the importance of having relatives, fathers, brothers, other family members that have played professional sports, especially when talking about the Saints' first-round pick in Tyson. Did either of you see his brother's comments about the pick and how they grew up Saints fans?
No, I did not.
No,
I thought that was interesting because
you're talking Nussmeier.
No, talking about Jordan Tyson.
Oh,
His brother last night talking about how they're Saints fans. And I thought that was really interesting because I didn't hear Jordan Tyson say that one time last night. But his brother Jalen's in the NBA playoffs, and he was interviewed after the game. He said, "Oh yeah, I hit a 3, and then found out my brother got drafted by the Saints," which is ironic because we grew up Saints fans. And one of the guys in the background of the locker room yelled at him and was like, "You're lying." He goes, no, he's like, no. He's like, Michael Thomas was my favorite player growing up, which also makes me feel old, like growing up.
Yeah, yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I was going to mention. I mentioned while you two were out. So I was reading some of the quotes from Christian Miller. Christian Miller, of course, went to Georgia, so his family are all Falcon fans, and his uncle said after the Saints selected him, I guess we got to be Saints fans now, huh? And he's like, "You're damn right, you got to be a Saints fan." And all Christian Miller kept talking about is how much he enjoys physicality and how he wants to show off his physicality and how physical he will be at the line. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like the meme with Peter Parker and the guy who's the son of the Green Goblin. I can't think of the actor's name, but he's Harry.
Carson Beck goes to Arizona.
Carson Beck did go. Okay. I'm not surprised by this move at all.
No, I
predicted it too.
No, I felt like it was going to be cool. I was leaning towards Nussmeier, but I'm not surprised by the position selection.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, or I think it was Brendan said it. Here's a guy who brought 2 different programs to the title game. It fits. It really does fit. The thing about him was he was disliked by so many people.
Yeah.
And he didn't get along with Kirby Smart. And then apparently during the interviews and things, he's shown that he's matured and maybe he was coached good answers. I don't know. But he seemed to be a different person at Miami.
And I mean, whether the guy's a punk in the locker room or not, you can't deny he's a gamer.
Yeah.
He's a gritty, tough kid. He doesn't get rattled. He doesn't have the measurables you like. He's not overly big. He doesn't have a great arm. But again, going back to Brendan's point, he led 2 traditional powers, to near the pinnacle. So there haven't been many college football quarterbacks that have had more success, from a winner's standpoint.
Well, that woke up Mel Kiper. He's excited now. He's been kind of low key, and now they've gone to the group talking, and he's excited about. He's calling him an alpha dog. So, 4th Miami quarterback to pick in the first 3 rounds in the common draft era. Well, I can actually name the other guys too, though, which is scary.
Did you say the 4th?
4th, yeah, 4th Miami quarterback in the common draft. So really since the merger.
Okay.
So 1970. So the other ones would be
Vinny and Kelly are easy.
Yes, Vinny and Kelly, and then there's one more. You got to think about it for a minute.
Steve
Walsh doesn't count.
Right. Bernie and Steve Walsh were supplemental picks.
Yes.
Man, that's a great trivia question. Man,
I want to make sure I'm right before I say this damn answer. And Denver's finally making their first pick.
Oh yeah, the pick is in. Oh, how about that? Denver finally picked defensive tackle Tyler on
Onadim.
Okay, sure. However you say it, I don't know. That's the one downside is there's like no pronunciation guides because there's so many guys that get drafted, and you're just like, sure.
Yeah,
I'm still thinking of Miami quarterbacks. It's not Gina Toretta.
I am right, by the way. I just wanted to make sure I was right.
Man, I don't know.
You said that you said them right. You said Vinny.
Yeah, you said Vinny and Kelly, right?
Vinny and Kelly are the easy ones.
Yes.
The
And
average
Walsh
person
and Bernie don't count. They're supplemental picks.
Right.
It's not. It's.
Is it more recent or is it?
Oh yeah.
Recent Miami quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what do you consider recent?
Like last year.
Oh.
Cam Ward.
Damn! As soon as you said last year, I'm cycling through names.
I just want to be sure I was right before I said that because I want to make sure there's none that I'm missing.
Leave it to the old guy to remember. Leave it to the old guy to remember the two guys from the '80s like that.
Yes. Well, I just want to double check because I wanted to make sure they weren't counting him.
Washington State.
Oh, see, look at Matt Millen. He looks like
that was Matt Millen.
That's Matt Millen up there. He looks like somebody's grandpa that's getting ready to tell us a story.
Yeah.
Ron Crawford. I'm glad he's going to the Raiders. I did not want that dude.
It's funny because I said that exact same thing about Keldrick Falk, the other Auburn edge rusher last night when he came off the board.
So you just don't like Auburn guys?
Maybe not. I don't know.
Well, let's think harder. Who's the last Auburn player that you were really like? Wow, I really, really like his tape.
Bo Jackson.
Bo Jackson and Lionel James from that same batch.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Bo Jackson's the first. Every time I think about Auburn, Bo Jackson's the first name that comes to mind. Every time. I might
really. And this could spark a debate. I don't really want it to, and this could just be me showing my age here. Bo was fantastic when he was healthy. Obviously, injuries derailed everything for him.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Is he one of the most overrated players of all time because the success was not sustainable?
Yes.
Okay,
I say no.
I'm on that page with Bob. I'm like, I think he's extremely overrated. It's not his fault that injuries destroyed it.
Yeah, I mean, he could have been great when he played. He certainly was. But between the baseball, football, I'm only going to play half the season.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
He did not commit to one sport, so he was not great in either sport.
Exactly.
But when he played in both sports, he had great moments.
Yeah.
So that's why people look at him as overrated because he's not the best baseball player and not the best football player because he never committed fully to either one. But he had these moments that you're just like, what did I just see what I thought I saw? When he ran up the wall to go get a ball, or when he threw out, what was his name? It's not Ricky Henderson. I know that but he was like one of the fastest guys in baseball, and he threw him out from the warning track.
Yeah, it was either Vince Coleman or Willie McGee. It was against
Willie McGee. I think it was Willie McGee, and he kept staring at the tape, looking. Who threw that? How did he get me out? Because, I mean, it's not to me, it's not physically human to be able to throw the ball on a line from the warning track to home plate and make that. And then just the sheer power he had as a running back, too. But because he never dominated either sport, he does get that reputation of being overrated.
See, and it's funny because I have seen or heard very, very few people call him overrated because of those viral moments.
Mm-hmm.
And I certainly feel like Brendan and I are in the minority when we call him overrated.
No, not really. Not so much anymore. So I was in college when he came out and the bow nose started and all that.
Right.
You know, so all of us are like, this guy's a superhero. You know, so if you're in the Gen X age, you were born, you know, in the late 60s, early 70s. So you saw Bo Jackson as you were in your prime years of sports watching. Bo Jackson was somebody where you're just going, that's not a human being. That's like he could have been Jim Brown if he would have played in the NFL for his entire career and not do baseball. And Bo just so many things happened to him, and he kind of beat his own drum. And the injury that happened because he generated so much power in those legs. He ripped his own leg out of its socket, and tore the artery, and it killed the bone, and that's what ended his career. But the physics behind this, because I watched a thing on 30 for 30 on Bo Jackson.
Yeah, I watched it too.
The physics behind it, the scientists explain the physics of how much force you had to generate to be able to do this was just ungodly. I just can't imagine generating that kind of power, and he was able to do it. You know, and it was just a simple leg tackle. Pinned his legs when he was running at full speed to bring him down. And when he tried to break, there goes Markel Bell. Okay. That's a good pick, too. Solid pick. Offensive tackle from Miami just went to the Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, I like
Son of
Markel.
bitches are just reloading, man. They really are.
He's a massive human being, too. He's almost 6'10".
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, you can get under his pads and stand him up, but if he gets his hands on you, look at he's doing the one right there. Just pancake that dude. I mean, holy crap, that defensive back had no shot. I'm sorry, I'm watching ESPN, they're showing the highlights. He came out on a screen, and all it was between him and the play was this one little defensive back who was like about 5'11". Here comes Marcus Bell right towards him. I think that guy curled up in a fetal position as he saw that man coming.
I mean, I would, and I'm a psychopath.
Okay, the Bears are up now. But yeah, the thing, that's the thing about Bo Jackson, that he just never stuck to one sport enough to be good enough that you can sit there and go, okay, this is a guy consistently great, either in baseball or football. And it was really what turned him off to football with the Bucks.
Right.
And the old owner, Hugh Culverhouse, tried to screw him so he couldn't do what John Elway did and use baseball as leverage to get him out of Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Ruined his eligibility. Told him you can come. That's not going to affect your eligibility for baseball. Auburn had a good shot of winning the College World Series. He was looking forward to that and ruined his eligibility his senior year. So he's just like, I will never play for you because of that.
Right.
Yeah.
Sam Rao. Don't the Bears have two really good tight ends?
They do.
Well, they added a third. They got Sam Roush from Stanford.
I don't know. Are they trying to use two blocking tight ends? They want to have they just want to have a 9-man front to run the football. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. They go into the single wing offense. So what the hell?
Single wing offense.
I don't know. Unless they're really unhappy with Cole Kmet.
And Cole hasn't been great. I think he is in a contract year. So
I mean, once again, this is a true tight end, 6'6", got, is a good receiver, not a stretch the field. I'm going to create a lot of separation, although they're showing the highlights right now. He's, he is a traditional tight end, inline blocker, can catch the ball, do a little running, but he's not running away from people.
Right.
What do you guys think the Saints will do as we're approaching the pick rather quickly?
Oh, you know what? And I think you were still out. I was talking to Alan about hoping that the Saints would take this 3rd round pick and one of their 4th and move up to get a cornerback. But I mean, as we're watching now, and the 49ers just picked, the Romeo Height, the edge rusher from Texas Tech.
Shoot, that's a guy I liked.
Yeah, the cornerbacks still. I mean, a few of them have come off the board. There's still a few really good ones on here. I like
a lot of good ones. No, the edge rushers you got picked over pretty good.
Yeah,
and it's amazing. Chris Bell is still out there.
Right.
Elijah Surratt is still out there. Malachi Fields from Notre Dame is still out there. Not that the Saints are really looking at receivers, but the level of talent that's still out there at receiver is just shocking.
It is.
Every mock I ran, the receivers came off the board between the 2nd and 3rd round like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
Speaking of corners, what about a guy like Keontae Scott, who played a lot of nickel for Miami?
I love him. I love him.
I think that would mesh pretty well considering the guys you have that can play outside and Kool-Aid and Quincy.
Yeah, I do. Because if you're looking for a guy to fill what Alontae Taylor was able to do for your defense, one of the things that Alontae was so good at was blitzing off the edge. And Keontae, I wouldn't call Keontae Scott as physical as Alontae Taylor, but he did come off of the edge a lot for Miami, in run support and in some pressure packages, and was pretty effective doing so. That's one of the reasons why Keontae Scott was on my short list for favorites at the position for the entirety, and that was including the guys that have come off the board already, even the ones in the 1st round. The guy I wanted was trade in Stukes or Chris Johnson, but Keontae Scott was in my 3 or 4 guys next level down.
I mean, you've got Keith Abney still out there, Julian Neal still out there, Malik Muhammad, Keontae Scott, and Will Lee. I'm staying away from Devin Moore because he's got concussion problems.
Yeah.
He's a well-rounded player, but I mean, you have to really feel confident about his history. But I'm taking a corner here, and I like Scott. I like Abney. There's a few corners I like out there. Of course, they're going to take a tight end here. You know that.
Yeah, we already joked about it. Yeah.
Yeah. LT Overton, the edge rusher, is still out there. He's now starting to pop up on the boards. Does he make it to the 4th round? I don't know. My tight end, Oscar Delp, is there. I wouldn't take Nick Singleton here yet, but Nick Singleton from Penn State as an inside runner to compete with Kendre Miller out there, but I think it's corner here.
Yeah, I think it has to be. And again, not that I not only wouldn't be angry if they double dipped at wide receiver. I've expected it all along. But you still have holes at edge and corner, and it's clear you're not going to fill your edge hole through the draft, but you have the opportunity to at least attempt to address cornerback with the guys still left on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, if you trade both 4th round picks and move up and go take an LT Overton, that's not a bad move in the 4th, because he's kind of a poor man's Cam Jordan. He can play your hand in the dirt and a stand-up edge. It's not a great player, but I wouldn't be upset with a guy like him if you had to go edge. I don't know. I still think that and then Jamon McCoy, sorry, is still out there too. The guard from Oregon is still on the board. I forgot about him.
He is both Iowa guards, Jaden Roberts, Inez Cooper, Jeremiah Wright, Jalen Farmer from Kentucky.
Yeah, there's a lot of good interior offensive linemen left.
Yeah, I wouldn't be angry if they address that.
Here come the Commanders pick right now. Then Cincinnati, then us. Fast. Man. It's been fast tonight. I almost wish we had more 3rd and 4th round picks.
Yeah.
So, Brendan, you said you saw a report saying that the Giants are just shooting down all the trade rumors.
Yeah, Scheffner reported that they're not open to trading Thibodeau at this time.
Yeah,
and of course, that's the kind of the key, right? Is like at this time,
right. Mark Rippon is making this announcement. Commanders.
Jordan Schultz had reported that the Saints were among teams that showed a strong interest. And then Scheffner said that Giants have no current plans to trade Thibodeau. From the Giants themselves, Joe Schoen says there's no truth whatsoever to any talks right now.
Which probably means that there are talks. They're just not liking what they're getting.
Yeah.
Or they just don't like that it got out that there's been talks.
Yeah. Well, they used the 5th overall pick to take him 2 years ago, or 5 years ago. I'm sorry. Mark Rippon was like an old man too. Jeez. They used the 5th overall pick to select Thibodeau back in 2021.
Antonio Williams, the receiver from Clemson, goes to Washington.
It's the first receiver that's gone off the board in a long time.
Yeah.
I'm wondering. So Chris Bell was. They showed a workout video of him on a treadmill, trying to work out his. He's rehabbing his knee, but he looked pretty heavy set.
Yeah.
As he's running that treadmill, I'm wondering if that's the kind of stuff that's making him drop this far.
It could, and remember that his knee injury happened in like the 2nd week in November, so he may not be medically cleared for full football activities until after OTAs.
Yeah,
and that makes a difference to teams, especially you're going to want a receiver to get up to speed with what you're doing offensively pretty damn quick. And if you have a guy that's going to miss OTAs, that could cause you to slide.
Yeah, that's true. I would be interested in. I'm kind of torn. I've been loyal to Chris Bell because he's a Shuck. You know, he was one of Shuck's guys. But I'm not willing to draft him yet. I want to see how far down he goes. But, you know.
All right, Takario Davis just went to the Bengals.
That's an interesting pick. He was ranked. I have him ranked lower than some of the other corners. I'm still on the board.
I do too, but I saw some projections for Davis that had him going as high as mid or late second round.
Mm-hmm.
So again, if the Saints, we're sitting here talking the Saints should, or we would. If the Saints are interested in a cornerback, they have to see this pick thinking, okay, we survived the first mini run on corners.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that we could survive the second and still get a guy that we like.
Oh, my son must be going nuts about something. Let me see.
I have the pick if you guys want it.
What is it?
This is from Underhill.
Well, it's going to be accurate then.
Yep. Saints select Oscar Delp.
I got him.
So back to back.
I got him. Oh, look,
I mean,
there's only a handful of guys that have called out. I know. I see you. There's only a handful of guys that have ever called out. Oscar Delp was one of them. There's been some other players, but the guy that we may get on this show later tonight was another one. Tyrone Hughes out of Nebraska, 5th round, 1993. Because we needed a kick returner so badly. And Jimmy Graham. Those are my guys I've been calling out for a long, long time. And last year, my guy was the linebacker we got from Oklahoma, Stutzman. Yeah. So there's guys I just fall in love with. And Oscar Delp was just one of them. 2 Georgia guys. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, and I had mentioned earlier that there was a period of time where the Saints seemed to get guys from Georgia. I didn't realize how long it had been.
It's been a minute.
These are the first Georgia players selected by the Saints since Damian Swan.
In
2015.
Wow.
Boy, what do you guys think
run? Look at this kid run. What a thing of beauty. I'm sorry. This is one of my guys. And you're right, and look at the blocking there for the run for the play. This is not an elite talent. Don't get me wrong. This is just a guy. To me, this is a young tight end that you can do something with as a pass catcher and inline blocker. And I'm excited about this, but of course, we're sacrificing cornerback now.
Right. And I've been joking for weeks, including tonight, that for several years now, you and I have both been screaming for the Saints to draft a tight end.
Mm-hmm.
And my joke has been, watch, this will be the year that they do it. After Jawan Johnson coming off a career year and having just signed Noah Fant.
Oh, I know. Look, one of my buddies has just commented to me on Facebook because he's like, the Saints really need a tight end. I said, well, listen, I really like Oscar Delp. If they can get Oscar Delp, I'll be thrilled. Well, I just saw the comment pop up addressing me. So there's your guy, Alan. So, yeah.
Well, and real quick, and folks, if you want to read the full scouting report, go on. Giants just drafted Malachi Fields.
Okay. Yeah. Now I think some of the receivers are going to start going. This might be our run on receivers.
But read my full scouting report on Oscar Delp over on the Saints Wire. I published that I think 2 weeks ago. But I mean, he does have fluid athleticism, and you can present a matchup problem for most linebackers. But make no mistake, he's not a downfield receiver. He accelerates into his routes well and has good fakes, soft hands, natural pass catcher. But he's one of the better blockers at tight ends in this class, both in technique and leverage. sets a nice base. But as a receiver, downsides. As a receiver, he isn't as consistently productive as you'd expect a tight end would be in traffic. Definitely not a run after the threat catch. And as a blocker, I saw a lot of times on film, against ends and when blocking for the run, he'll overcommit and get caught off balance with counters and things like that. And
he played behind Bowers,
right.
So he didn't get a whole heck of a lot of reps as a starter.
No,
these past 2 years were really his first years as a starter. Offense kind of in transition. So I kind of look at some of that with a grain of salt. I'm not saying he's a developmental guy. He's not a guy who's going to come out there and push Juwan Johnson off the roster.
No.
He is a guy. He's your third tight end right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to be playing special teams primarily. But I think the upside, a lot of his stuff is coachable. And the upside you get out of him, I think, will be good in the long run. He's not a Jimmy Graham. He's not that kind of guy, but he is a guy that can kind of do some of the things that you want a tight end to do, especially if you're playing 11 and 12 personnel.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And look, if you come out big, you can conceivably bring Juwan Johnson, Noah Fant, and Oscar Delp all onto the field, and you're still presenting a legitimate passing threat to defenses.
Yeah, and the Saints don't have a fullback on the roster.
Very true.
They run guys as H-backs, so you could conceivably run him as an H-back. Have him go in motion, and then he leads the lead blocker on a running play.
Yeah, and you know what? Georgia does like to do that with their tight ends too, so that fits. Yeah.
So I mean, that's some of the things I was looking at this. I still think the Saints need a fullback, but I'm old school, so I still like the fullback. But he's a guy who can go out there and catch a pass, on a wheel route or a swing route, coming out of the H-back formation. So there's things you can do with him. I think receivers are going to start coming off the board soon. I think this is where Chris Bell probably goes. This is probably where Zachariah Branch goes. I'm not positive on that, but that's how my feeling.
Same. I think Surratt comes off soon.
Surratt, yeah.
Let
me ask you this.
Go ahead.
We talked about this already, but I don't know if Brendan was in here or not. I think he joined in the middle of this conversation. So the cornerback is still on the board, with the knee problems. We're now going to be in the third round. If he goes through the third round, and I'm talking about Moore, I think that was his last name, Jermon, from Tennessee. If he falls to the fourth round, I'm sorry, Jamon McCoy. I said Moore. Jamon McCoy, if he falls to the fourth round, are you looking at trading up to go get him?
Trading up? No.
Trading up? No. If he falls to I don't think he falls to you with the 32nd pick of the fourth round. If he's there, you got 2 picks in the fourth, almost 5 picks away from each other, maybe 4 picks away from each other. Sure, why not? But no, you're not packaging picks to go get them. At least I don't think you do.
Well, I look at it this way too. This last pick solidified me looking at it this way. The Saints clearly feel that they are at least okay at both cornerback and edge rusher. That is incredibly clear with the selections that they made. So if you feel okay with your cornerbacks, then you look at a guy like McCoy in day 3 and you say, you know what, we know he's a talent. We know we can't get him on the field for a while, and we know he comes with a severe injury risk. But if those injuries are behind him and the medicals check out, we got ourselves a hell of a player. So yeah, it's absolutely worth the risk.
And that's kind of how I'm looking at this right now. I'm looking at if this guy goes completely out of day 2 and is now a day 3 pick, and some teams are just flat out taking him off the board because we're not investing anything in a guy who probably won't play much at all this year and has a short career anyway, probably won't survive into a second contract, as a high pick, probably has a 5-year career.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rolling the dice on him in the 4th round.
Yeah.
I'm not, and when I say trade up, maybe just move up. If you could somehow move up from 132 to say, I don't know, 115, 120, something like that. I don't know what it would take just to move up that far, but if you could possibly move up, would you do it? And I probably would, because I don't think they're going to get an edge rusher tonight.
No,
unless they're going to go after the kid from Ohio State,
or Dennis Sutton, or even Mikhail Kamara, who I think is a day 3 pick anyway.
Yeah, well, they met with Kamara, so I feel this way with edge rusher now too. It's clear that the Saints feel that their roster makeup, that we're okay with what we have at edge rusher, we're okay with what we have at cornerback. We weren't okay with what we had at wide receiver, defensive tackle, and tight end. And I don't want to come across as saying that I had problems with Tyson, Christian Miller, or Oscar Delp, because I don't. I think they're all 3 really good players. Mm-hmm.
And I could see the logic behind all 3, certainly the first 2 picks. It just, again, from my perspective, I'm sitting here, I'm like, okay, but you still don't have, from my perspective, you still don't have answers at edge rusher. You do if you re-sign Cam Jordan, but you haven't yet. You still don't have an answer for that 3rd cornerback.
The Steelers took a quarterback.
Who did?
The Steelers took Drew Aller from Penn State as a quarterback.
Mm.
And you know what? A lot of the Pittsburgh media was saying that they expected the Steelers to get a quarterback. And Aller's name was thrown around. Aller's name and Carson Beck were the 2 names that were thrown around Pittsburgh sports media.
Interesting. And local, kind of a local kid, coming from Penn State, Happy Valley, not that far from Pittsburgh. So I'm sorry, Bob. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to throw that out there.
Oh no, that's okay. I mean, that's it's. I expected, even if Beck was the 3rd quarterback to come off, I expected Nussmeier to be drafted before Aller. So that surprised me a little bit. Man, and there's so many reasons I hate James Franklin as a human being. Not as much as I despise the lying coward that is Kyle Mosley. But I still despise James Franklin. Man, did he ruin Drew Aller.
He did.
And you know what? He did the same thing to Christian Hackenberg.
Yes, he did.
The man cannot. The man should not be allowed to coach offense, to even speak to quarterbacks. Because Aller was hyped as a Heisman contender and the next coming, from the time he came out of high school, and he not only never developed, he regressed. Now, obviously, part of that is on Drew too. It's on the player, to try to improve. But going to Pittsburgh, at least on paper, you have an offensive guy in Mike McCarthy. I forget who he brought in as his offensive coordinator. But you brought in Jari Evans as your offensive line coach. Jari's around a guy who's been around a lot of good offenses and a lot of good quarterbacks. So maybe you feel you have the infrastructure, and again, just like with the quarterback that the Rams drafted, with Simpson going to the Rams, Drew Aller's not going to play this year.
No.
Even if you don't get the soap opera that is Aaron Rodgers back, you're going to hand it over to either Mason Rudolph or give the kid you drafted from Ohio State last year,
Will
Howard. So no matter how you look at it, Drew Aller is going to be a developmental guy, rather high to take a developmental guy in the third round. But if you think he has the tools that you can develop, then you can't argue with the logic behind the pick.
Yeah. And I think this is a signal they were worried about the Jets possibly drafting Aller or a quarterback.
Yeah.
And, another former Saint, John Kuhn, is up there from the Packers. He finished his career with the Saints, too. Chris McKellen from Missouri, another defensive tackle. I liked him.
Me too.
Third, fourth round. This is a good place for him to go. If we didn't get Christian Miller, if we were an edge corner, this is probably the guy I would have wanted. He and DeMonte Capehart are probably the two guys I was looking at late in day 3 kind of picks at defensive tackle. No, I think that they took Aller probably a round earlier than they wanted to, because they were worried that the Jets may take him ahead of them.
Or Cardinals. Never mind. Cardinals,
the Cardinals took Beck.
Yeah.
So once Beck was off the board, I think that was the only other team they were worried about. So the question is, does Nussmeier go to the Jets? Or does Nussmeier go undrafted?
I
Yeah.
don't think he'll go undrafted. He'll be a 4th, 5th round guy.
I think so too. I'd be shocked if he goes undrafted.
Cade Klubnik will be like a 6th round guy.
Mm-hmm. It's funny. Drew Aller was supposed to be a first-round pick. He would have been a first-round pick last year.
Cade Klubnik would have been too.
Yeah. And both of them.
They had.
Yeah, well, both of them, they decided that they were going to come back one more year and see if they could solidify their their draft status. And instead, here they are. Klubnik's still on the board.
Well,
Aller goes in the third.
In Aller's case, that entire backfield came back thinking that they were going to make a national championship run, and they were favored to do so before they got James Franklin.
It's amazing. It really is. A lot of good offensive linemen still on the board, too.
Yeah.
I'll be honest with you. I hate saying this because we've been talking so much about corners and edge rushers, but you know what? We can still get Ruiz off this team with some of these guys that are left. I don't feel comfortable about the cornerback position or the edge rusher, but yeah, if you can get one of these top interior offensive linemen, you're in great shape. Look, I'm going to throw one more name out to you as far as cornerbacks, but more from Florida. Would you take him in the 4th round?
You're talking about the same kind of situation as we were Jermod McCoy, so yeah.
Well, but he's got concussion issues, so it's not that you're worried about. It's not that you're worried about he's not going to be available until mid-season because of a degenerative knee problem. It's maybe you need to put a Guardian helmet on him. Maybe he needs to do some of the things that Chris Olave did to avoid the big hits. That's more difficult as a cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
But the guy's got talent. 6'3", almost 200 pounds. He's a taller corner. He can play zone and man, inside, outside. I mean, like I said, I'm just throwing that out there just in case there's a big run, and we've got a long wait before we get to day 3. But that'll be interesting to see what happens if where he goes in the draft too.
Yeah.
Again,
yeah,
go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry.
because like you said, he was pretty highly thought of, not as highly rated as McCoy, certainly. But had the some of the scouting reports that I read on him, were the talent of a day 2 pick.
Yeah. Yeah. What I'm noticing in this, well, of course, Drew Aller just went, but I'm noticing in this draft, a lot of the guys who had medical issues, talking knees and things like that, they're sliding or not even out, not even drafted yet. Chris Bell, McCoy, those kind of guys just are not even being picked yet. That's different, I guess, in previous drafts.
Mm-hmm.
McAfee's out here doing magic tricks. You got to be kidding me.
I hate that clown.
Just like he just made a rag disappear in his hand. So it's the Colts pick. That's why he's up here. My dad didn't even know he punted in the NFL.
You didn't?
No, my dad didn't know.
Oh,
there goes the first LSU player. No, second LSU player. First one since the first round. AJ Halsey. All right. So
I have the Falcons pick at 79 too.
Who's that?
Zachariah Branch.
That figures. Georgia player, LSU, New Orleans. That doesn't surprise me. They'll screw him up. They'll have him running drag routes underneath, and then get surprised when he gets his ass tattooed. So neither one of y'all LSU fans, which is fine. But LSU players, Saints have not traditionally drafted LSU players.
Right.
Howard Perkins is a linebacker. What do you think of Howard Perkins?
Lack of instincts.
Yeah, they blame Brian Kelly for ruining him.
Yeah, and you know what? There might be something to that, because that LSU defense was just horrendous last year.
Mm-hmm. And yet two players just come off the board,
right,
for that defense.
I don't. Perkins is a typical LSU defender to me in the way that really athletic. He can run with anybody. But when you take a step and a half in the wrong direction, nobody has that kind of speed to make up for it in the NFL. So although I like the Saints defensive coaching staff a lot, I don't know. I don't know that I take a Harold Perkins and expect much from him.
And it's funny because a lot of LSU fans think that, and you've seen Brian Johnson comment on Under the Dome a few times. That a lot of LSU fans think that the Saints could fix him, kind of thing. We'll get him in here, get with some good linebacking coaching. You can get him to be a weak side linebacker who can blitz. I think he's a little undersized. But that's been the problem of the whole linebacker core of this draft class. I don't have strong feelings one way or another about him, but that's somebody that you're going to hear that name brought up a lot, especially if he makes it to day 3. Yeah, 4th, 5th round. That people are like, oh, you could get him to replace DeMario Davis.
He's athletic. I'll give him that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys that are athletic linebackers that end up being lifelong special teamers, which is fine. There's a place in the league for guys like that.
Yeah, and the Saints need guys like that right now.
Yeah,
Right.
they do. They do.
There's Mark Ingram again. It feels weird. I don't like it.
No, Zachariah Branch has already got his Falcons hat. He probably pulled it out of his closet. So he's all excited. They were showing his house.
Bob, have you kept count of cups of coffee?
I have had 0 cups of
I have
coffee.
too. I have had 0. I'm starting
Now, I have had 7 cigarettes, 2 Roger Goodell hate references, and
1 Kyle Mosley.
3 Kyle Mosley. I'm
we got
counting the whole draft. Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm frankly disappointed in myself that I only have three hate references towards that lying, cowardly slime ball.
I'm a little disappointed. Neither of us had any coffee. I'm a little surprised.
Yeah, and stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm exhausted, but stuff's just running too fast. I don't feel like I have time to get up and make a pot.
That's true. Will can do it. Yeah, I said it yesterday. I feel like this draft has been a lot quicker than a lot of the drafts we've covered over the years, which is a good thing. But you're right; it doesn't really allow you time to get up and grab a cup of coffee, use the bathroom, or whatever.
Jacoby Lane, the wide receiver from USC, goes to the Ravens.
Wow. I mean, he's tall and lanky. For a little while, they were talking about him being a, possible 2nd-round pick.
Yeah.
And then it kind of, his combine numbers and things like that didn't really work out well. So they were like, yeah, he's probably going to be a day 3 pick. And here he goes to the Ravens. I mean, it'd be nice if you had a more accurate quarterback throwing to him. Oh, God, duck the arrows now. I spoke ill of the sainted quarterback, but I just don't think I don't think he's, even though he's been MVP, even though he's taken teams to the playoffs, I just don't think he's that consistent of a quarterback.
No, he's not. He can't hit the broad
I think
side
part of
the
it's
ball.
Harbaugh's offense and coaching, but that's beside the point.
But I mean, yeah, Jacoby Lane comes off the board. Chris Bell, Elijah Surratt, Ted Hurst, Deion Burks, Skylar Bell are all still on the board.
That kid, my son really likes him. What is his name? I gotta go back. I think you just said it a second ago. I'm sorry. I keep going back to my book because I've gone through so many mocks. I start confusing names. And Bryce Lance from North Dakota State. That's somebody my son really likes. Projected to go around 4th, late 4th, early 5th. That's somebody my son really talked up a lot.
Yeah, I can see Bryce Lane's name getting mentioned early on tomorrow, maybe even to close out tonight. Because he has nice measurables. That's another one where his brother's lack of success in the NFL, could hurt him in the eyes of some fans, not scouts.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, he looked like a man playing with boys at North Dakota State. But the Bison have had a lot of players that have done that have done well in the pros.
Yeah. I mean, he is not a guy that you're going to expect much out of. He probably ends up on the practice squad for a little while you work on him and develop him. TCU's Eric McAllister is another one.
Yeah.
It's got speed. You and I both talked up CJ Daniels, former LSU kid that went to Miami. That's a good late round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 6th round pick that you're working on developing him. He's built more like a traditional X. He's a good contested catch guy. But he's not somebody who's going to come in and start right away.
No. Mike Washington, after his postseason workouts, still on the board. Anybody
Yeah.
surprised by that?
I am, but I think it's because he puts the ball on the ground too much.
Yeah.
I think running back's still a weird position where it's, I think that Saquon helped bring value back to the position. Excuse me. But I also think it's a position where teams are still, I don't want to say scared, but you're worried to use draft picks on guys. Right? Because there is, and this draft is another prime example where there's such a drop from like the top running back, and then there's everybody else.
They all have little things about them that people don't like. Mike Washington, huge running back, a lot of power, a lot of speed, puts the ball on the ground too much.
Yep.
Nicholas Singleton, the guy that Bob and I both like, foot problem. Kind of regressed this past year. His sidekick, Kenyon Allen, kind of upstaged him before he got injured. So there's little nicks about these guys. A lot of undersized running backs who don't have the power to run inside, are more like traditional third round backs. And I think that's kind of what's hurting this class. After Jeremiah Love, it's like Jeremiah Love and then all you guys are way down here, day 3. And it's kind of playing out like this.
And I think we could see an insane run on running back somewhere in the 4th or 5th round.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, because there's I like a lot of these backs. But I think this is another position that's that's really system dependent. And you have to have a coach, an offensive coach, that really likes a specific back. Like if all three of us were offensive coaches, we could all three have widely varying opinions on who we think the top back is on the board, whether it's Emmett Johnson or Nick Singleton, Katron Allen, Mike Washington, Jonah Coleman, Roman Hemby, Kalon Black. Like, I published a Roman Hemby scouting report about a week or so ago. And I got a pretty even amount of feedback on one side of the coin saying I'd take his teammate Black first, and then the other side saying I like Hemby a lot better than I like his teammate at Indiana Black. So, I mean, like you said, it all depends on what you're looking for in your offense and how you're scouting these backs and what kind of system you'd be putting them in.
Well, let's look at the Wake Forest running back, Damon Claiborne. That's a good example of somebody who puts the ball on the ground a few too many times. He's 5'10", 195, really more of an outside runner than an inside runner, Probably one of the more complete skill set guys, but at the same time, he at his weight, how much more? Oh, there goes Dominique Orange to the Vikings.
Yeah.
Wait, didn't the Vikings already draft a defensive tackle?
Yeah, in the 1st round, Caleb Banks.
Yeah. What are they doing? Are they trying to rebuild the defensive tackle? Oh, what a hit. They're trying to rebuild the defensive line they had when Denny Green was around. Jeez. Yeah, I guess they got tired of teams running on them. That's all I can say. We're going a heavy lunch bunch here. Yeah, they got Banks and Dominique Orange side by side, and Godelay, the linebacker. I guess he's going to play middle linebacker for him. Yeah. Somebody must have told the Vikings, man, we could just run up the middle on your ass all day long. They're like, yeah, the F you are now. That's what it sure is. That's what that draft tells me. Damon Claiborne, just a great example. He's under 200 pounds. So he's really a pass catching third down back now. He can't run inside, so it's weird. I don't know how to explain, and it's because it's become a spread offense and getting guys into space. now in college football, getting a guy who is 200 and plus pounds with speed and power that can run between the tackles just is hard to find. And you still need these guys in the NFL.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Panthers on the clock. And wow, it took him this long to go. Chris Brazell goes to the Panthers.
that's a typical Tennessee receiver.
Yep. And I had no interest in this dude at
None.
all because I don't like Tennessee receivers. And it's nothing personal. It's this offensive scheme they run.
Yeah.
It
Panthers
spreads
haven't
you
had
out.
good luck drafting receivers lately, though, either. Obviously, Xavier Legette is the one that comes to mind in terms of bad ones. They just got Ted McMillan, who was the rookie of the year. But remember Terrence Marshall
Yep.
out of LSU? That didn't work out. There's
Who is-
another receiver that Kelvin Benjamin obviously didn't
There it
work
is.
out.
Calvin
That
Benjamin.
was
That's the one I was thinking
a
of.
handful of years ago.
Yeah.
There was another one more recently around the same time as Terrence Marshall. They just haven't had a whole lot of luck at receiver. And you have to take chances. You got to swing for the fences a little bit here. Give Bryce Young somebody to throw the ball to.
Well, they're trying to give him some guys that they can throw jump balls to because Bryce Young can't see over the offensive line.
Mhm.
We
So
talked about it last night. You still have Legette there, regardless of how bad it's been. You have Ted McMillan. You have Jalen Coker. You have guys there. So I find it interesting. And what does it say about their belief in Xavier Legette when you go and you spend a day 2 pick on a receiver?
I mean, it means fighting for a roster spot.
Yeah, I think it's time Legette's on his final ride with the Panthers. Excuse me. What do you think is wrong with Legette?
Well, one, he can't catch anything, so
Yeah.
that doesn't help. I don't know, it hasn't translated to the league, right? I mean, not just the inconsistent hands, but just the inability to create separation.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Is one really big thing.
He's not like a good route runner.
He's not a good route runner. The inability to use his big frame to win 50-50 balls.
Yep.
And then not being able to catch the ball.
Well, and I remember when Legette came out and when I published my scouting, my analysis on him, that he didn't have the speed to separate. That was my biggest weakness. But I also noticed a guy because I remember a lot of Saints fans wanted him. Because they saw a big physical guy and they wanted another Michael Thomas. But the problem is Legette is, I like to use the thing from draft day. Legette looks like Tarzan, plays like Jane. He has the physicality, but like you said, Brendan, he has not. And I saw this out of him coming out of college. He never used that frame to box out defenders or to muscle smaller defensive backs. And as a result, when you piggyback that with the fact that he doesn't have the speed to consistently make plays down the field. Now, I didn't have as a knock on him coming out of college that he can't catch, but he's shown that in the pros. He doesn't check off. He didn't check off any of my boxes coming out of college, and that's translated to his NFL game.
Yeah, and that's amazing because on paper, he is a first round pick. On paper, he should be a dominant receiver in the league. And for whatever reason, I don't know if it's attitude. I don't know if he just doesn't care to develop his craft anymore. I don't know what it is, but it's just.
I do think there's some confidence issues there. And the thing that stinks the most, especially him being a South Carolina product, being from this area here where I'm at in the Carolinas, having that really thick Southern draw that only people here in the Carolinas can really understand. The thing that stays is he seems like a very likable guy and a guy that would be really easy to root for, especially in Charlotte. And it's just not working. And they've given him every opportunity.
Well, and yeah, and it's not going to happen. I mean, I think the message is clear. They're going to try and trade, or they're going to release him after training camp. I mean, I think they're sending a clear message. Brazil, the kid they just drafted from Tennessee, Brazil is the guy they're drafting to replace him. You know, you're already behind McMillan and Coker. Your best shot was a slot position, and we just drafted your replacement. So I'm curious to see. I don't think Saints fans be. There goes Ted Hurst
To the Bucks.
Yeah, he's raw. He needs some work. I think he's a guy that they're gonna have to bring along slowly.
Yeah,
But he's got size. You know, he just like we were just talking about with Leggett, he's got all the same kind of tools that Leggett had, except he is raw, and he's coming from Georgia State. So you know, this is not he has his route tree is very, very limited. But he's a project, and I think his talent is good enough that you can work on the project.
Yeah. I mean, and this is about, some people were calling, thinking Hurst would come off the board in the second round. No, he's third round pick. Somebody's going to be in love with the physical attributes that he has, and grab him in the third round. So this is about the spot I thought he'd come off.
It's just amazing. Chris Bell is still on the board.
I know.
And we were talking about taking him at 42 and not being sure if we could get him. Interesting. You know, receivers are coming. Aller's the 19th Penn State player drafted by Pittsburgh since 1970. Man, you get Franco Harris, and you're just going to keep drafting Penn State guys. You know, we owe it to Franco. I like Drew Aller going over to Pittsburgh, though. I like that choice to take him.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to be a starter, long-term starter, or anything like that. I just like the idea of getting him to play for the Steelers. I don't know if Mike McCarthy can make him work or not. Damn, Cameron Hayward looks so much like Ironhead. It's not even funny.
I know it.
And the older he gets, the more he looks like Ironhead. Now, Ironhead was darker skinned, but I'm talking about just there goes Dalen Everett. I'm not upset we didn't get him or anything like that. I'm just surprised he went as high as he did. There's a lot of better cornerbacks that are still out there.
Yeah,
but they took Dalen Everett.
That's one of those players that's a product of where he played.
Mm-hmm.
And again, not that Dalen Everett is not a good player. I scouted, I analyzed a lot of cornerbacks, and I saw a lot more overall games that I liked from better than I liked from Everett.
I think Everett is. I had him as a 5th round pick for the Saints. Nickel cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly put some weight on and develop a little bit better with coaching to become a guy you could put in maybe as cornerback number 2 at best.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and go from there. Steelers have a different draft, that's for sure. Offensive lineman, receiver, quarterback, cornerback. You know, A lot of project guys, though.
Is
Mike
there
McCarthy
anybody
is.
here that you guys would, as we kind of wind down here in round 3, is there anyone on the board that, one, you're surprised is still on the board, and two, that you would be thinking in the back of your mind if you're in the war room for the Saints about trading back into the end of the round for? Because the Saints have 2 fourths and 2 fifths.
Keontae Scott or Will Lee at cornerback,
Mm-hmm.
Chris Bell or Elijah Surratt at wide receiver.
You would take a second receiver in this
Yes, I
draft?
would. I've said all along, I think the Saints will and should take a second receiver. I didn't necessarily believe that it would be as early as the 3rd round. I thought it would be round 2 and with one of the round 4 picks. But, I mean, I don't have to remind you guys who Tyler Shuck was throwing to at the end of last year.
Yeah.
Maybe Devon Bailey and or Jalen Polk are going to develop into really good wideouts, but and we know the Saints like both of them, but they're both not proven. I think at the very least, I bring in another receiver to fill out that depth chart and see what I got.
You know, I'm with you on all 4 of those players. Those are all four players I like. Probably LT Overton, the edge rusher from Alabama. You know, that's somebody else I'd throw in there. I'm not really sold on any of the linebackers or the safeties that are left out there. Nothing really excites me. If I am going, let's say I'm going for a speed receiver, okay? He's little, so I'm not, it's not somebody I'm going to trade up for, so I don't know if this is a good answer or not. But if I'm looking for a special teams guy, a guy who I think could be a kick returner for me, the kid from, if I can find his name real quick, Deion Burks, is he still out there?
He is.
Oklahoma?
He's a very good route runner.
Yeah, he's 5'9", 188. But if I'm looking for a kick returner, that's somebody I'm looking at. I'm looking at him kind of like how you used Deontay Harris, you know, when he was here. Jet sweep, a guy that you can use on punt returns, kick returns. Explosive speed. But at 5'9", 188, I mean, you don't want him taking a pounding. So you're not really sending him out on many routes. But that's somebody I'm looking at. You're talking about those 4th and 5th round picks. That's somebody I'm looking at around the 5th round, you know, towards the end there. A guy like him, if he's still on the board, which he may very well be because these receivers are not coming off the board the way I expected them.
No.
I mean, Bell and Surratt just not even in the best available showing up yet. It's just ridiculous.
And that
it really is.
I'll give you guys a late round wideout that I think would intrigue me. Mostly because, and I say this every year, FCS players can make great NFL players too.
Yeah.
Or at least serviceable or good NFL players. And I look at a guy like Bryce Lance from North Dakota State. Name might sound familiar in school because his brother, Trey, also North Dakota State, 3rd overall pick back in, 2021? Is that right?
I think that's right.
Sounds right. He's 6'3". He's a guy that has a lot of athleticism. Obviously, making the jump from FCS to NFL is difficult. But he's a guy that, hey, I mean, you have all these day 3 picks. What's the one thing the Saints have needed? Obviously, Vele filled some of it while he was healthy and showed some flashes, but they need big body guys. And I like the size of Jordan Tyson, but it never hurts to have jump ball ready guys. And I think he's a guy that could be serviceable in that department, but because of his athleticism could also serve you well on special teams. it's a guy that I'm watching if you're looking to potentially take another receiver in this draft. I'm also watching corner very closely. You know, Bob, you named some of these guys that you'd look at potentially maybe even trading back into the round for, or maybe even early into, you know, day 3 if they make it through the rest of day 2 here. We've talked about Keontae Scott when the Saints were on the board last. He's still there. That's a guy that I would look at just because of on paper or in theory, he looks like he'd be a very good fit in terms of the scheme and what you'd be asking him to do. That would be one that I'd certainly be looking at. And I don't know, like we've brought up Elijah Surratt a handful of times. Obviously, when you're on a team that wins the national championship, there's going to be a lot of eyes and attention on you. But I don't know if that's a guy you trade back into a round for.
What about? I hope you guys can hear me. I had to switch over. My iPad was dying. Emmanuel Pejron from, I think it's how you say his name, from Oregon, the guard from Oregon. He is still on the board. He
just got selected.
Oh, okay. All right.
I was just going to say that too.
Ironically, he just got selected by Jacksonville.
Okay. Well, he just showed up as Mel's best available. So I was going to say a guard, one of the top guards that's still on the board, I probably would look hard at as somebody I'm going to trade up for.
Yeah.
Just because we want to get Cesar Ruiz off the board, off this team, or at least as a backup. I mean, that's somebody else I'm looking at, but the way this draft is falling, I'll be honest with you, I'm almost like, I think I want to keep all my picks because there's going to be somebody there. It's not going to get to the point where Bob and I were, when we were doing the mock on ESPN's thing. I mean, everybody's coming off the board, so you're left with scrubs when you get to the 5th round. Bob and I are just like, God, I don't even know where to go from here on this. I mean, now I'm just looking at it like going, you know what? There's going to be some quality players in that 6th round that we're not used to seeing out there. And it's because of little nicks and injuries that people just don't feel like I'm not spending a higher draft pick on.
Yeah, and even though we just saw Pregnon come off the board, both Iowa guards, Dunker and Stevens, Jalen Farmer, Kentucky, Jaden Roberts, Alabama, Jeremiah Wright, Auburn, who we know the Saints met with, Inez Cooper from Miami. These are all guys I think at least one or two of these guys are going to slip into day 3.
Well, yeah, because they have to, because we are. It's 9:37 Central Time. We're about halfway through round 3, maybe 3/4 of the way through round 3. We're at pick. Is that 89? Yeah.
Yeah, we're on 89.
Okay, 4th LSU player to come off the board, Xavier Thomas. Not a great receiver, a good receiver. A little undersized, but he gives you speed. So
he went to the Bears.
Yeah, he went to the Bears. But, there's a lot of guys that are still out there that I see that I like as late round picks that have not even been touched yet. And then guys that, like you were talking earlier, the cornerbacks, so many of these cornerbacks are still out there that if they survive round 3, man, if I'm the Saints, I'm looking hard at trading up to get back up high enough.
Yeah.
The Giants at 104, I don't know what it would take to move up that high, but to get something to go up there and go get one of these guys.
Yeah, and I kept telling people this. I love the depth in this cornerback class, and B, don't forget that the Saints got Quincy Riley in the 4th round last year.
Yeah.
They got two really good. Quincy Riley, we know is a good defensive player because we've already seen it. But we all three believe that Danny Stutzman is going to be a contributor for this defense, and they got him in the 4th round too.
Yeah. Look, if you can get in there, if Will Lee is still there, though, there goes the running back you were talking about, Bob. Kalen Black just went from Indiana to the 49ers. But if you can get, and look, Mike Washington's still on the board. If I'm the Saints, Mike Washington's an option for me in the 4th round.
Well, and we talked about adding another running back and the reasons why they should look into doing it. We just didn't consider. We felt like that Washington's combine numbers would vault him. Well, it did vault him into the 2nd round for fans, obviously not for teams.
And look, I can coach a guy if I feel confident. I can coach a guy to protect the football better.
Yeah.
Putting the ball on the ground generally is the result of exposing the ball, not holding it high and tight, not keeping your finger on the tip of the ball, and when you get into a crowd, not pushing it up against your body with your arm crossed over.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you might just need to go down. Don't fight for the extra yard, just go down. Every time.
I remember when I did my pieces, my articles on the 2 Penn State backs, and ended up taking them in my one mock draft that I did. I got a lot of responses. Hey, if this happens, that would be great. But Singleton and Allen, they won't last until day 3. And I'm like, I should have bet them. I can guarantee you that at least one of these Penn State backs are going to last until day 3. And we just got done talking about why several of these backs look like they will be available at least into the 4th round.
Look, if they can get, say, Washington or Singleton with one of those 4th round picks, and you get an Abney, Scott, or Lee with the other 4th round pick, that's a home run, man.
Yeah.
That's a home run. I don't think it'll happen, but if I'm the Saints, I'm out there celebrating. I'm doing a dance. I mean, you didn't address the edge. I get that. But you got nearly everything else. I mean, Muhammad's still out there. It's shocking to me because and Jim, when we had Jim Everett on about 2 hours ago, what was he saying? This is going to be the cornerback run. It's going to happen. And
we all thought it would. We all agreed with them.
I thought it'd be all corners and wide receivers. I really did. I thought all the receivers would go, all the corners would go, and what we would mostly have left would be some run-of-the-mill edge guys, a lot of the linebackers, some of the safeties, that kind of stuff. I really thought that's what we were going to see. And some of the interior offensive linemen, And I it's not that people are taking bad players. I mean, I haven't seen anybody's draft. I'm like going, oh, man, your draft sucks.
Right.
I mean, it happens, but I'm not having that feeling, looking at it going, oh, look, you screwed up again. I mean, the closest I could say to it, and I don't think it's a sucky draft, is the Vikings only having 3 picks, 2 defensive tackles, and a middle linebacker. I mean, it doesn't suck, but you're not helping the rest of your team with that.
And trading away Jonathan Greenard in the process.
Yeah. Chris Bell, there he is, number 7, best available. Chris Bell's got to go soon.
Yeah.
I can't imagine him not going in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I mean, you got the Raiders picking now, Cowboys next, Rams, I think at 93. Man, Chris Bell and Sean McVay's offense could be
Oh, don't
lethal.
piss me off. I mean, Puka Nakua and Chris Bell, shit. That would be painful.
Here's a question. What does this draft tell us about where the Saints are headed? I think this draft tells you a couple things. One, I think this team is really focused on being more physical, right? All three picks, I see guys that are physical at the position.
Wow.
Tyson, a physical receiver. You get your fat guy, as we've continued to say over these 2 days, and being a guy in the middle who can push the pocket, stuff up the A gap and make a running back have to think for just a split second. That helps closing times with everybody. And then you go and you get a tight end. To me, that's the one pick where it's like, positionally, I don't know if it makes a whole lot of sense, but that's a role that needed to be filled, right? You look back at Saints teams of the past, and you look at the Josh Hills and the Foster Moreaus, and kind of like the dirty work tight ends. And the Saints did get Noah Fant in free agency, but I don't see Noah Fant being like that dirty work tight end, and Juwan Johnson's basically a receiver half the time anyway. So getting more physical, I think that shows you direction that they're going. But it also, and the thing that's beautiful to me about this draft as a whole is going to be, this is going to be the first full draft where you just see the fingerprints and the DNA of Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
And you get to see the vision a little bit more, because a little bit more, haha. But you remember, he came on so late in the last year that so much of that scouting had already been done, and this, that, and the other. This is the first full year that he's had under his belt to kind of oversee the entire process. And it is the first time that you get to really go, okay, this is the first full offseason he's going to have to bring in his guys, free agency and the draft. And even going back to free agency, I think the Saints got more physical. And that's something that's going to serve him well in the long term.
Yeah, and Alan and I were talking about, I think just a couple weeks ago, about Moore really having his first full off season, and what do we see? We see him get his type of running back in Travis Etienne. We see him get a physical guard in David Edwards, and the physicality was evident with Oscar Delp and Christian Miller picks tonight. Even going back to last year's draft, what do we see? A physical safety in Jonas Sanker, a physical linebacker in Danny Stutzman, a defensive lineman in Vernon Brockton. And remember, folks, we don't know what Brockton can do yet because he was hurt all of last year. So I remember the three of us breaking down the Saints draft last year, and we all three said the same thing: physical, physical and leadership. Last year's team had, most of last year's draft rather had guys that stayed for at least 4 years, and were team captains. We're seeing that same kind of thing. Jordan Tyson was 4 years in college. Christian Miller, I think, was a team captain at Georgia, and I'm pretty sure Oscar Delp was one of the offensive team captains for the Bulldogs.
What the thing that's standing out to me on all this too is the Saints are trading up. As much as we worry about Mickey Loomis going after people, and that was always Sean Payton's method, going up and trade. Did they just take Chris Bell?
No, they took a tackle from Missouri, Keegan Trust.
Okay, all right. They just had Tony Dorsett and Drew Pearson up there.
I was laughing at that too.
Yeah, I was looking. He's got the Pitt hat on, so he's pointing at him because, of course, he came from the Pitt Panthers. But yeah, I'm like, God, everybody looks old. I'm getting old. People I watched growing up, it's hard. I'm used to watching NFL films, so they're
Yeah.
eternally young. And I'm seeing them now today, and I'm going, oh man, it really has been 50 years. I mean, Tony Dorsett was drafted 50 years ago,
Yeah.
like 76.
I
So,
I ran into Tony because he still lives in the area here. I ran into Tony about a year and a half ago. We actually passed each other on an escalator that was broken down in the Robinson Mall. That's a typical occurrence. So we had to walk up and down the steps. But yeah, I passed him on the steps, and he looked like a broken down football player. He was clutching onto that handrail as he was coming.
Those steps were tough on him. Yeah. But yeah, I think this has been a shift in identity for this team. This is no longer the Sean Payton, Dennis Allen kind of team. Because I don't think Sean makes these kind of picks with the Saints, honestly. I think Tyson is a pick that he would make. But I think Sean goes after, Ted Hurst goes after someone, probably drafts an offensive lineman here. It's going to be a very different team. And we're seeing in year 2 that there's no Ohio State players coming through here. He's not targeting, he's getting from big programs. You got 2 guys from Georgia, but it feels different. It feels like a different philosophy for this team and how this team is going to approach each season, if that makes any sense to you guys.
No, it does. And as much as I love Sean Payton, and we all did.
Oh yeah.
We know he listens to the fans, and we know that Sean likes to be the smartest person in the room.
Mm-hmm.
And believe me, he is far from the only huge ego at head coach. A lot of coaches feel this way.
Yeah.
But I always felt like Sean drafted like he wanted to prove he was the smartest guy in the room. You guys had this guy as a 3rd round pick. I'll show you. I'll make him work as a 1st round pick. And you guys will be patting me on the back in 3 years saying, talking about the vision and everything like that. And a couple times it worked, many times it didn't. I'm going to draft this guy from a letter school, from UTSA or something like that, because if it works out, you're going to be calling me a genius. And again, that those are reasons to love Sean Payton when it works, but reasons to hate him when it doesn't.
Well, Sean was very much that kind of person where he's like, we're happy with our wide receiver room, that we have 1 stud receiver and a bunch of no names,
Yeah.
And I can make my system make these guys work.
Right.
I'm going to get ultra athletic defensive linemen, and their speed and athleticism is going to be what makes the defensive line work for me. And I don't think that's the case anymore. I think it's like, no, we have specific needs, specific prototypes that we're looking for, and this is what we're going to put in here. We feel good about, and again, I'm kind of patting myself on the back for wanting Christian Miller, but we feel good about Brian Brzee. We think if we put a big guy next to him to tie up blocks, Brzee can be an effective pass rusher coming from the inside. So that's exactly
Chris
what
Bell
they did.
just went to the Dolphins at 94.
Poor bastard.
Yeah.
You go into Miami, great organization historically, but who's your quarterback? Who did they get the kid from Liberty, the backup from Green Bay?
Yep, Malik. Yeah, they overpaid. They're the idiots
Malik,
that overpaid for Malik.
Okay, so you got Malik. God, Miami's having a pretty good draft, but You got Achan, their Achan to throw, to run, to take pressure off of you. But man, you know, I don't know. I just have no confidence in anything Miami does anymore.
No.
God, it was like a bunch of feds sitting in there. Look at this draft. They got Proctor, Johnson, Rodriguez. They got the tight end, who I thought they took a little bit early. No, not tight end. Khalid Douglas. I mean, they've spent a lot of draft capital remaking this team. They're showing. I'm looking at ESPN. They're showing Miami's draft. They're really remaking this team. They got the cornerback and the receiver I liked.
Yeah.
Bob, you live near a train station, train yard?
I live above train tracks. Yeah.
Okay. Hemisphere. Oh, look, Hemisphere is over on here now. I thought they would pick an edge rusher yesterday or sometime today. That hasn't happened. How are they seeing the edge position? Bob, I'll let you handle that one.
Hemisphere, I have questioned that several times. The only thing we've been able to come up with collectively is obvious. It's obvious by the picks that the Saints feel comfortable with their strategy at edge rusher. Obviously, Chase Young is a lock. I feel with the picks that they made, last night and tonight, that the likelihood of re-signing Cameron Jordan goes up exponentially. And it frankly wouldn't surprise me if we heard if yours truly is going to be writing a Saints re-sign Cameron Jordan to a 1-year contract within a week after the draft, because we said coming in, when asked why hasn't Cam Jordan signed with anybody and what have we heard, but it reached the stage about 2 weeks ago that Cam probably said, you know what, New Orleans, Kansas City, whoever else is interested in me, I want to see what you do in the draft. Because Cam wants to be paid, but just as importantly, Cam wants to play. And if the Saints draft, say, a Reuben Bain or an edge rusher in the first round, maybe even in the second, Cam's going to see his opportunity for playing time go down. Well, New Orleans didn't. Kansas City, on the other hand, did go heavy defense. So Cam now sees an opportunity. Hey, I'm going to play about as much as I did last year, which I think was about 65-70% of the snaps. If I come back to New Orleans, and from the Saints' perspective, hey, Cam showed us he could still play, at least if we limit his snaps just a little bit. So we have an answer at edge rusher. We didn't have an answer at wide receiver. We draft one. We didn't have an answer at defensive tackle. We draft one. So I think that was the Saints' perspective in this draft.
And I'll only add to that what Bob said, which I totally agree with. I think the Saints also are still working with the Giants to get Thibodeau. I don't know when it'll happen. It may happen tomorrow. We don't know. But I think the Saints must feel, ooh, that's a good pick, Steelers. That's a really good pick. They just took Jennings Dunker from Iowa. Steelers. They're remaking that offensive line. But I feel that they must feel like they're close on a deal for Thibodeau to willingly skip over some edge rushers to take other positions that they probably feel like won't be there. And they feel like they could still keep Cam if the deal with Thibodeau falls through. Cornerback, I'm far more concerned about right now.
Yeah.
But the good news is no one's taking cornerbacks. Here we are at pick 96, and there's still all these cornerbacks on the roster and on the board. So that's what's surprising me. That's probably the biggest surprise. Wide receiver and cornerbacks are the biggest surprise to me in this draft so far.
Well, somebody just asked, Calvin asked, is Scott still on the board? Yes, he is still on the board. That's a guy that I think if the Saints are going to want to get, even if he falls into day 3, you're going to have to trade back in to the top of day 3 to get a guy like that. Right now, he's number 2 overall on the ESPN boards of still available.
Yeah. McCoy is McCoy still number 1 on their board?
Yes.
It's insane. But the further we get into this draft, the more I'm like, you know what? I might take a shot at McCoy.
Yeah.
First round talent. Let me get the. I'd have to really. I don't have the access to the medicals, obviously, but if I'm the Saints, I really have to look at the medicals, and then I'll make a decision from there. But we're now into the part of the draft where a lot of these guys aren't going to make teams. They're going to go to practice squad.
Mm-hmm.
If I draft McCoy and stash him, put him in IR, stash him for a year, let him rehab, let him recover, see how he does after surgery, and then go from there. I just had my 2 Alabama players back to back. They have Overton and Justin Jefferson both popped up. Overton's my holdout for edge rusher. That's the only one he got left.
Alan, you're dying on that hill. I respect it.
Well, I mean, I it may entirely be possible they don't take any. If they're they think they're close to a deal with him, to get Thibodeau from the Giants, then they're not going to draft an edge rusher at all. But we'll see. We'll see. I just look at Overton as a guy who can play inside and outside. He's not going to. He's going to be a run defender. He's not going to be a guy that's going to give you 10 sacks in a season. He might give you 6. And they might come in bunches, but he's only a guy that's going to stop the run, seal the edge on the running plays. But I don't know. I mean, here we are. How many more picks left before we get to the end of the third?
4.
We're at 97 right now.
Yeah, ends at 100.
100? Okay.
Yeah.
That's unbelievable. Unbelievable how many wide receivers are still out there. And Mike Washington still out there.
Yeah, I mean, Mike Washington, both Penn State backs, Emmett Johnson, was getting some day 2 buzz. So was Jonah Coleman from Washington. I can't believe Elijah Surratt is still there. Deion Burks, Skylar Bell.
Golly. This is why I'm not a GM, because I would have taken people way early.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mel's best available. Jamon McCoy, number 1. Mike Washington, number 5. Dennis Sutton, number 4. Hey, I'm glad we got Oscar Delp. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with Miller. I'm not upset with this draft at all, honestly. I just wish we had more picks.
Yeah.
Because none of these players that we picked so far where I'm going, what the hell are we going to do with that guy? Look, here goes another offensive tackle. Caleb Turner from Northwestern went to the Minnesota Vikings.
Yep. The Vikings
back-to-back picks.
The Vikings have just decided, maybe the Vikings are listening to us. Hey, you need a fat guy, and they thought that we were talking about them.
I'll tell you what. I'm redoing that whole middle of that defense. You're not running on us anymore. Yeah, the Vikings do have back-to-back picks.
What do you guys think about the Vikings and J.J. McCarthy and their whole situation? up there.
I like that.
I didn't like the McCarthy pick the year that they made it. I didn't understand it. And yeah, so far anyway, it's played out that way. And if I'm not mistaken, they're the ones that signed Kyler Murray after he got released, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So the success that what's his name had in Seattle.
Sam
Why'd I
Darnold.
forget?
And
Yeah, thank you. That is the NFL GMs or coaches that are hell bent on recycling quarterbacks. That is going to give them fuel for at least the next couple years. That's why Kirk Cousins still has a job. That's why Kyler Murray got re-signed so quickly.
I guarantee you that Kirk Cousins is the starter for Vegas week 1.
To open the
Oh,
year, yeah, 100%.
yeah.
But I mean, McCarthy. I think when they made the pick at the time, I said that the Vikings are going to be looking for a quarterback in 2 years. Now McCarthy wrecked his knee in his rookie year, so that set that back another year. But we're into year 3 with him as a pro, year 2 of him as a starter, and you could very realistically be looking at McCarthy's last chance with the Vikings. To show that he could be a starter for that team.
You know, you were talking about quarterback arrogance. I mean, a head coach arrogance a while back.
Here's a defensive back off the board real quick. Julian
Neal.
Neal from Arkansas.
Yeah. To the Vikings?
He
to the
fits that
Seattle
profile.
Seahawks.
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
He fits that profile for the Seahawks.
He does.
Physical, big, just an aggressive corner. They're showing highlights right now. You're gonna see him make some breaks on some passes. He gets flags.
Yeah.
Flags because he's so grabby and aggressive. But man, he's good. He is a good physical guy.
That's the second physical defensive back the Seahawks drafted tonight. They went Bud Clark earlier too.
Yeah. Some of his stuff he got away with in college, he's going to get flagged for in the NFL. But, if you want to do Legion of Boom Part 2, he'll fit that mold. He's just – I like Julian Neal. I liked him around this time.
Yeah.
4th round. I like that. But, yeah.
And another defensive back to close out day 2, Jalen Husky from Maryland.
Now, here's just the opposite. I don't find him to be as physical.
No.
I find him more for someone 6'1", 200 pounds, I find him to be a little more finesse. They got him playing safety, some of these highlights, but I mean, he's not somebody who's going to come out there because he's playing single high safety in this footage. He's a guy that just, he doesn't get a lot of turnovers and things like that. He's had 4 interceptions, 3 pass breakups in 2025, 61 tackles. But he's not a guy that's going to come in there and just manhandle a receiver. He's going to rely on his skills. At least that's how I saw him.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with that. And as an off-ball defender, you definitely need your guy to be more physical than what Jalen Husky showed. Mm-hmm. That's kind of why when I was doing my analysis on different defensive backs, I didn't do a lot of film study on him because of the way he played, and I'm like, that's a Brandon Staley defensive back.
Right. That's exactly how I looked at him too. And I just didn't. I don't know. I just felt like your thing about built like Tarzan, plays like Jane. I don't want to say that he plays like Jane. It's just he's a guy that's going to break up a lot of passes. He's not going to pick off a lot of passes.
Yeah.
you talking about JJ McCarthy and stuff earlier, and I was getting ready to say, when you're talking about arrogance of a coach, because Kevin O'Connell has been called the quarterback whisperer, he's kind of got that reputation. Excuse me. Now that because of what he did with Sam Darnold and some of the other quarterbacks he's had, he can just take anybody's quarterback and I can turn him around and turn him into a great quarterback.
Right.
And I think that played out with JJ McCarthy. I think he looked at a guy in JJ McCarthy and said, look, I can make him a quality passer. And it hasn't worked out. But at the same time, I look at McCarthy and I'm like, okay, you played like a rookie last year.
Yeah.
You know, you had your ups and downs. Can you grow from there? And Kyler Murray, they signed Kyler Murray with the idea of I can fix you. I can make you a better quarterback. So I don't know. I think if the Vikings fall to fourth place in that division, that Kevin O'Connell may be gone.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds inconceivable, but I think that's true. Because I don't think they want to be the basement dwellers with the Bears and the Lions, improving the way they have.
Mm-hmm.
So
Let's knock out this last question for the night. This one from Brian. Do we think the Saints move up in the fourth, or do they keep all of their picks?
that's Brian right there.
I think, like most years, it's very rare that a team keeps every single pick that they have. The Saints will move a pick, I believe. I'm going to lean towards them moving back up into the fourth because we've seen a little bit of a run on corner just to end out the third round. That is definitely a position of need. And there's still talent on the board. I mean, we've talked about it a lot here in this last hour. Do you take a risk on a guy like McCoy? Keontae Scott is an interesting fit. Even Keith Abney II from Arizona State is a guy that probably fits that could play nickel and do multiple things type of role for you. So there's a lot of talent there. And the Saints pick very late in the fourth round with both their selections. So
Yeah, they do. 132 and 136 to be precise.
So I could see them making a move if they really like one of those corners. It'd be easy with the amount of picks they have in day 3 to package up, a fourth and something else to move up and still retain some other picks. But that's my thought process. What about you guys?
Bob, you want to go? You want me to go?
I can jump in. Hold on. Yeah, I agree. I agree with what Brendan said. With two picks in the fourth, 2 in the fifth, I can definitely see a package to move up probably early tomorrow when the fourth round starts. Cornerback is an easy position to identify, and we've talked about some of the nice names still on the board. But if they did so, it also wouldn't surprise me if they saw maybe a linebacker that they like, a Kyle Lewis or a Caleb Orr from TCU, for an example. Offensive guard still has not been addressed. Jeremiah Wright, Inez Cooper, Bo Stevens, Jalen Farmer are a couple names still on the board there. So yeah, I do think that they have some trade activity tomorrow. I hope it's for a cornerback, but I could see it at one of those other positions as well.
Yeah, I think they do package the 2 fourths to move up, and they'll take somebody. And here we're going to be sitting there going, finally, they're going to address the corner. They got the cornerback position. They're going to get Scott or Abney or Lee or someone like that, and they'll take Mike Washington.
Right.
You know, I mean, that would be just par for the course. But I wouldn't be upset with the pick because I think that's position in need.
Yeah.
An inside runner for the inside zone play, and that's not a knock on Neal or Estime. I think it's an issue with Kendre Miller and how they feel about Kendre Miller.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to see them address the corner position tomorrow, early in the 4th round. I would feel a lot better about the defense if you got one of these corners. And I think a lot of these corners are really good players and can help you immediately. I mean, Kendre Scott, we were talking about him as a 2nd round pick.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a guy that can start. So, you know, Abney, probably more developmental. But still, I think that you can get a quality player in the 4th round that could actually contribute a lot this year. Running back, I think, is a need. Interior offensive line, I think, is a need. You've got 5 picks to play with and really 3 holes. We keep talking about a second receiver, a physical receiver to throw in there, but you don't have to get one. The way this board has been falling, it looks like you might even get one as an undrafted free agent.
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, CJ Daniels showing up as a UDFA. That's not inconceivable. McAllister from TCU, another guy, very possible UDFA. So, you know, there are some guys out there. The tight end that we were talking about earlier from Ole Miss.
Yeah, right.
Possible UDFA. I mean, we don't need one now that you got dealt, but you could get him as that.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's left on this board that I think can do this team a lot of good. So I totally expect that. I totally expect to trade up at some point.
Well, guys, we spent another 4 hours or so together. Me a little less because I guess, you know, whatever's going on here in the Cabarrus area of North Carolina. But so thankful for all of you that have tuned in for all of or most of these last 2 days. We will be back with you for day 3 of the draft. It kicks off at noon Eastern time. We have some special guests lined up. You saw a brief appearance today from former 1st round pick in the 86 draft, Jim Everett. We're going to have we're going to have a Saints Hall of Famer. We're going to have a Super Bowl champion. Both those guys drafted. Tyrone Hughes drafted by the Saints in 93, the 5th round. And Courtney Roby drafted by the Tennessee Titans. It was 06, 07?
05 in the 3rd round.
There we go. I knew it was the 3rd round. Didn't have my year right. But there we go. 05 in the 3rd round. We're going to pick their brains about their draft experiences, but also what the Saints have done so far and what they're going to continue to do tomorrow. So we thank you guys for tuning in. We'll see you guys in like 12 hours. So get some rest and get used to seeing us more than you see your families this weekend. For Bob Rose, Alan Ulrich, I'm Brendan Boylan. Until tomorrow. Yeah, pointing. I don't know how pointing works anymore.
I'm just pointing up.
You got the easy job, Alan. That's all you got to do is point up.
Yeah, I'm Alice in this Brady Bunch system here. You know, I'm the one in the middle.
Yeah, you got the easy job. You got the easy job. You don't have to think about it too much. But until tomorrow at noon Eastern, find some peace, spread love, practice positivity. Thanks so much for tuning in for the Draft-A-Thon. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. Good night, y'all.
Thank you.